And on behalf of SDPI, I'd like to welcome you to the first annual State of the Renewable Energy Conference here in Karachi. My name is Hussain Talib. I head external affairs here at Unilever, and I'd like to thank Dr. Abid Sleri, Dr. Hina Aslam, and her team for giving us the opportunity to host this first inaugural conference, rather, here at Karachi and at our head office. Before I hand over to the SDPI team, a few quick housekeeping items. In case there is an emergency, please do not panic. We will have a number of ushers throughout the hall who will guide you to our emergency exits. The assembly area is at the Avari poolside. Since we're going to be here for the better part of the day, just wanted to let you know the restrooms are right behind you. There is a small turn to your right where you will find the restrooms. We also have a prayer area, and we will also be having lunch within this confined space. We've got a number of employees who will be here throughout most of the day, so we'll ensure that they stay out of our hair and we can give you the use of this entire space today. Thank you again for joining us. We look forward to some great conversations today and tomorrow. And if there are any questions regarding the use of this space, please feel free to reach out to me or the rest of the corporate affairs team here. Ahad Nazir, SDPI, if I may ask you to please take over.
Dignitaries, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you on behalf of Sustainable Development Policy Institute and their partners as part of the Network for Clean Energy Transition in Pakistan. We would really like to thank Unilever Pakistan, GIZ under its Climate and Energy Initiative, Energy Update, Renewables First, and Stimulus for organizing this event, this 1.5-day conference going forward. This conference is first of a series of conferences that we will be carrying out annually with regards to the renewable energy. My name is Ahad Nazir. I am heading the Center for Private Sector Engagement at SDPI, and I have been and I will be the master of ceremony during this conference. So just contextually talking, Pakistan is facing one of the worst floods, at least in my lifetime. And this is indicative that climate change now is no more a risk, but it has become an issue. So this is now, we need to act now. We can't just say that this is just something that will be coming in the future. It is here to stay, and we need to do something about it now. So energy sector is probably one of the most, it accounts for almost 2/3 of the GHGs, the greenhouse gas emissions around the world. And so the major shift from conventional and fossil fuel based energy sources to renewables is one of the most important aspect of climate change. Energy, of course, is a main driver of the economy, and because we are talking more in terms of the electric power sector rather than other forms of energy. So in order to discuss this nexus, which comprises energy, economics, and environment, we have called upon several very eminent speakers to this conference. As I told you before, this is an annual event. So this time, our focus, of course, will shift to some other aspects. Like, for instance, we aim to discuss big hydro, mega hydro projects in the next year. The main themes, which are 5 for this conference, are number 1, the scaling up renewables through coordinated public-private actions. And this includes public-private partnerships, as well as the overall interactive role between the public and private sector stakeholders. Number 2 is the role of green financing to support RE uptake. The third is the role of technology innovation and clean energy startups. As we know that there is an entrepreneurship boom, so how can we leverage those business ideas into creating some green prospects in terms of renewable energy? Number 4, which is very important these days in the energy sector, is the role of power wheeling to achieve the RE targets. And number 5, which we will be discussing tomorrow, are the socioeconomic impacts and corporate social responsibility of renewable energy power plants. So with this background, I would now request Dr. Abid Suleri for his opening remarks. Dr. Abid Suleri is heading STPI as the executive director. At present, he serves on several policy-making forums and advisory boards. He's the convener of a National Coordination Committee on Prime Minister's Agriculture Transformation Plan, and a member of Board of Directors of National Disaster Risk Management Fund. He's also a member of the Government of Punjab's Vice Chancellor Selection Committee. Dr. Abid, if you can kindly come on the podium, please.
Thank you, Ahad. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending from where our online participants have joined. And I do realize that we have some participants from Europe as well. For them, waking up that early in the morning and joining shows their dedication to the cause of renewable energy. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It's a real pleasure to be in Karachi. I know I have kept promising the team STPI that I would be joining them in person for last few events, but something happened in Islamabad. As you know, it's never a dull moment in Islamabad. So something kept happening, which kind of stopped me from being here in person, but I'm glad that I could come and I can reconnect with my old friends and meet with some new friends. Before I start, I should thanks Mr. Amir Paracha, CEO of Unilever, and his team for their wonderful hospitality and for providing this venue for us to be here today and to discuss renewable energy matters. I'm also thankful to some of our colleagues from German Embassy, Dr. Sebastian, who has just joined recently, I think 2 weeks ago, as head of development partnership in German Embassy, and Dr. Hartmut Bernhard, the climate and energy specialist with the GIZ, and of course our co-partners. And of course, my mentor, Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, is here. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. We'll also be joined by Secretary Energy, Sindh Energy Department. And only this morning, I received a call from Khurram Dastgir Saab. Prime Minister had asked him to go to KP, to the flood affected areas. Unfortunately, he would not be able to join us even virtually. Otherwise, he had a plan to join us online, but he would not be able to do it. So he conveyed his apologies. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the first annual State of the Renewable Energy Conference that is being take place today. Let me start it with what is happening around us, and I'm referring to floods. I think if someone has to see the manifestation of global warming and what it can lead to, the floods in Pakistan is a real-time example. The unprecedented monsoon that occurred, it was due to Indian Ocean warming. And Indian Ocean is now considered as one of the hottest region. If the planet on an average is getting warmer by 0.7 degrees Celsius, Indian Ocean is warming by 1 degree centigrade. And this impact is actually with the hot air. Hot air has the tendency to absorb more moisture. So with the 1% increase in temperature, the capacity of air to absorb moisture, it increases. There's some studies which tells that it increases by 15 to 20%. There are other studies which say that it increases even higher. So what happened that with this unprecedented heat waves, that the region observed in February and March, and then throughout warmer temperature on Indian Ocean, the warm air, it absorbed more moisture, and that actually turned into some unusual weather patterns. So Balochistan, for example, where we used to have winter rains, very few monsoon rains, it's a huge downpour. If one looks at the August numbers, it is 500 times higher than the August usual average. Even the coastal areas of Sindh, we used to have the tropical pre-monsoon rains. They also had those rains. So this is a classic case of how climate change can affect civilizations, can affect countries, can affect societies. And now we know from the recent IPCC report from last COP26, which very clearly mentioned, and it was for the first time in COP documentation, that the COP put on record that fossil fuels are responsible for global warming. So in the multilateral energy dialogue, this word, quote unquote, fossil fuel, it was never there as one of the key drivers for global warming. We always sort of stopped short of talking of the reason when we say anthropogenic activities and human activities, they are responsible for climate change. We do mention many other activities, but we don't mention the use of fossil fuel. And this use of fossil fuel, which is leading to a warmer planet, which is leading to the catastrophes that Pakistan is observing, I think this makes a very solid case for adoption of renewable energy. But if that is not a sufficient argument to adopt renewable energy, I think the second argument for Pakistan, the consumers of electricity and energy in Pakistan, it's energy prices. We know that the way energy prices, they are soaring, even within this calamity, when half of Pakistan is inundated, and when 40 million people are affected with floods, the government had to increase the prices of fuel, the petrol and diesel, as of today, 1st of September. And this is the time when, on one hand, United Nations has launched a flash appeal that the government of Pakistan and people of Pakistan, they are not only economically, the climatically hit, but economically hit too. But government have to pass on the prices of fossil fuel. And this is now for the consumers to decide whether they would keep on paying the hefty bills or they would switch to off-grid solution or switch to hybrid solutions whereby with the use of smart meters, they can sell back to anti-DC. So the prices is another factor that I hope would be promoting renewable energy in the months and years to come. But then the third important factor, which to me is a major game changer for adoption of renewable energy, is energy sovereignty. Now one can see that with this dispute between and the war between Russia and Ukraine, and after Russian aggression on Ukraine, Russia is using energy as a weapon. Only yesterday, the Nord Stream 1, which supplies gas to Germany, the Gazprom, they have switched it off using the pretext of the regular maintenance of the gas pipeline. So when COVID told us to be self-sufficient on food supplies, I think this war in Ukraine, it is sort of educating us and informing the policymakers that we have to be energy sufficient if we really want to remain independent and non-partisan in such conflicts. But when we talk of all these triggers and all these major game changes that would help in adopting renewable energy, of course, there are policy trade-offs as well. While as an energy policy maker, I would be more than happy to see Pakistan adopting renewable energy, green energy. If I have to sit on Economic Advisory Council, I would have a nightmare looking at how my capacity payment charges bill would increase, where I would not be buying electricity from the independent power producer, because more and more consumers, they're shifting to off-grid solution. So that would give me a sort of nightmare. Similarly, another policy trade-off, if I'm sitting in Ministry of Water, I would be quite scared of the policy of solar tube wells in Punjab, which would have a drastic effect on groundwater aquifer, because farmers, if they would not have to pay for the water extraction bill, the aquifer and the groundwater table in Punjab, it would be met the same treatment as we saw in Balochistan, where we introduced flat electricity bill for agriculture tube wells. So it's not either our situation. We have to assess trade-offs, and we have to come up with a win-win situation. So the whole aim of public policy, and I often say that there is no good or bad policy. One can argue that there would be losers for the best of the best policy, and there would be beneficiaries of the worst policies. The government's job, the policymakers' job is to increase the number of beneficiaries so that the policy can work for all and policy can be all inclusive, but there are policy trade-offs in adoption of renewable energy. And one second last point before I conclude is the barriers to adopt to renewable energy, whether the infrastructure system is there, whether the reliability is there, whether the backup plans are there, how much can one can rely on mega level supply of renewables to, for example, a metropolitan city like Karachi. So there are certain barriers which are there. But then we have our international commitments. NDC is one of the commitment, our nationally determined contributions that we have committed to COP UNFCCC. We have already committed that the share of renewable, we would keep on increasing it, and we will reach to clean and green energy, adoption of clean and green energy by 2030 and by 2050. So those commitments are there. The government's announcements are there. And then in COP27, there would be sort of stock taking, where Pakistan would be taking its case, not only for loss and damage that happened due to floods, but also for some of the positive actions that Pakistan has been taking. And one of the action that Pakistan is taking is adoption of renewable energy. And the report that my colleagues would be launching today, that would be sort of a threshold or a baseline. We can never measure our progress if we don't know where we are standing today. So this report, the first of its type attempt that STPI has done, we have just tried to provide a broader snapshot of state of renewable energy in Pakistan. We have tried to give a very rudimentary and rough baseline. As I said, it is first of its kind attempt. So there may be certain deficiencies in it. There may be areas of improvement, but at least it would tell us where we stand today in terms of renewable energy potential, in terms of renewable energy adoption, in terms of policy barriers, in terms of policy trade-offs. And on the basis of it, then the governments and private sector and international development partners, of course, with this baseline in mind, they can measure Pakistan's progress in a tangible manner. So hopefully next year, and we want to make it an annual feature, next year when we will be releasing the same report, we will be in a much better position to tell you in concrete numbers what worked and what didn't work, and what was the percentage of adoption of renewable energy in Pakistan. Of course, this is something that no single government, no single department no single sector can do tackling climate change and tackling the issues of energy. It's a collective effort, and I'm extremely thankful to private sector, to public sector, to academia, to media, friends of media, and to civil society organization, and of course our international development partners for joining hands in this cause, and hopefully together we can make it. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Dr. Abid, for giving us a very multifaceted overview of the situation. So just to set the agenda for going forward, I would like to just give a brief context to our inaugural session that is beginning, which will also include the presentation from Dr. Hina. The realization for adoption of renewable energy began quite a few years back. And of course, Pakistan is one of those countries that are going towards that is going through a clean energy transition, especially our wind power sector is blooming. The private sector investment coming into the wind power sector is strongly appreciated. With this, we also need to know that Pakistan is one of the most affected countries with regards to climate change. So when we are talking about mitigation, it should be more than just a few power projects. It should be very much focused from both public and private sector. So just to take this debate forward, I would now request Dr. Shimshad Akhtar for her keynote speech. She's a development economist who has served as a former finance minister, as well as the 14th governor of State Bank. So, ma'am, and she has also served in the United Nations. Ma'am, over to you. Thank you.
ये कुछ ज्यादा उखड़ नहीं अच्छा थोड़ी सी स्पेस दे देंगे इसको रखने के लिए मेरे हैं अच्छा तो इधर इसको उठा लें हाँ इसको उठा दें जी ठीक है इसको दे देंगे So Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim and Assalamu alaikum to everybody. The reason I'm a little flustered is because I'm partly running fever and I've been sick for 2 weeks. So if I survive this session, it'll be a miracle. This is the first time I'm getting out. So I guess I'm one of the victims of the climate change. Abid, thank you for inviting me. As usual, you do wonders. And this time, the biggest wonder you have done is to bring this platform to Karachi, something that I have been convincing you. So thank you for being a real partner in development and a true spirit. I'd like to acknowledge a lot of colleagues and friends out here who have made a difference in this field. And speaking in front of them, given their knowledge base, I'm a little embarrassed. But let me tell you that I have been quite passionate about the issues related to climate change during my term at the United Nations in particular, but also at the World Bank, because we laid the foundation for the first ever concentrated solar power with the support of King of Morocco. It was a partnership between IBRD and IFC. So that goes a long way back. There were special financing arrangements, but we tapped also the private sector. As Abid has illustrated quite elaborately, our excuse me. Our country is actually a victim of cross-border greenhouse gas emissions. As Asia is one of the highest contributors of the greenhouse gas emissions. And we know that because we are sitting on the border of the biggest greenhouse emitter. The high population density with unorganized growth in our country, unsustainable investment choices, and deep entrenched behaviors and social norms have resulted in growing environmental distress and inefficiencies in resource allocation and its use. So I have to say that there's a lot of work we all need to do together, but it can only happen if there is a strong commitment from the civil society, and I really speak on behalf of them. Being at the frontier of climate changes, Pakistan, as somebody said, is at the forefront. It is the 5th most vulnerable frontline state. Its climate mitigation and adaptation annual requirements are in the range of 7 to 14 billion, well beyond Pakistan's fiscal constraints, and official commitments have been almost non-existent for the developing countries. And we all know the fate of the Green Climate Fund. We tried our best at the United Nations to galvanize much more official sources, but it was very difficult given the political economy between the West and the East, to put it simply. But also the annual requirements can be met if we were to really harness our savings in an effective manner, and we can go more into it later. Complicating the energy transition, and we know that Pakistan historically has been a high import dependent, has had high import dependence in our energy sector. At the same time, we are high emitter in terms of our fuel mix. Our reliance on cost plus policy for power generation has been very detrimental, both in terms of the emissions as well and in terms of the burden on the finances. While our tariffs have remained low for industry and customers, gas to capture power plants and industry is subsidized, and it stands in the way of faster momentum on renewables, as I see. Low effective cost of generation and supply, suboptimal investment choices, government's policy to pay guaranteed returns and capacity payments on negotiated contracts has led to rise in the cumulative power sector debt liabilities, which you all know, the figures are very high. It has not only put the economy at risk, as we are noticing on a daily basis, but it has been a real impediment for us to invest more in renewables. So, of course, we were facing acute energy shortages a few years back. Pakistan has undoubtedly done a good job to enhance its overall generation capacity to almost 39.7 gigawatt based power. But over the years, high import dependence on thermal and coal has not only made power ill-affordable, but its high emissions have had serious consequences for environment and air quality that has impacted our people, excuse me, that has impacted our people's health and climate crisis, given the unsustainable growth and infrastructure development and loss of agriculture is also taking toll on our economy. Moving forward, Pakistan has potential to reverse its triple crisis: energy, food, and climate crisis, and all three are intertwined. Country's energy transition needs to be anchored on decarbonization. So we at the Pakistan Environment Trust Fund are fully focused on working on decarbonization. It requires a shift to least cost and low carbon pathways, possible only if Pakistan, like the rest of the world, switches to renewables. Such energy diversification, supported by reliance on domestic sources, will help improve energy accessibility and affordability, and ease the fiscal and balance of payment burden that we all talked about a while back. We, of course, have to focus a lot on reducing dependence on imported fuel mix, which has exposed our economy to global energy price shocks. Over time, shift to competitive bidding and pricing and least cost options of generations have the real potential to reduce the power sector debt, and that would result in savings for investment in climate finance. I believe we are missing still a comprehensive strategy and approach which is critical for energy sector development. And I say that because I've seen a lot of work that's been done by some of our Asian economies, and they have very well designed, based and sequenced energy transition plans. Our key emphasis, of course, as has been well recognized and will be well recognized by other speakers, has to be to tap renewables potential of 300 megawatts, with solar offering the highest at 2,900 gigawatt, wind at 130, biomass at 2,000 megawatts, and hydro at minimum 1,500 megawatt. So recognizing this, we are glad that in 2019, the then government introduced alternative renewable energy policy, and it targets raising renewables share in energy mix to 20% of energy by 2025 and 30% by 2030. Energy transition is, however, already lagging, as renewables constituted about 2.2% of total mix in 2021, down from 2.4% in 2020. As of 31st March 2021, a total of 10,560 generation licenses for net metering based on solar installations with cumulative capacity of 181 megawatts had been issued by NEPRA. Only 25% to 30% of the residential customers installing solar rooftop solutions opted for net metering, which indicates that the actual market in current residential and small scale commercial or industrial and public sector market is higher than the net metering numbers supported by NEPRA. So let me very quickly run you through the major features of renewable policy framework, and then touch on few operational trends after the overview that I have presented to you. So the first most significant feature of renewable energy policy is its transition from traditional methods of procurement based on cost plus to upfront tariffs on competitive bidding. All new renewable energy will be developed through competitive bidding. I think it is good news. Second, Leveraging the change, however, requires move to carbon neutrality, eventually cascaded down with net zero targets across the domestic landscape of companies and industries, and down to, or upwards, if we can call it, the international supply chain, domestic and international supply chains, to drive manufacturing industry to decarbonize their processes and reduce emission. We have launched a lot of technical work in this area. To leverage renewable energy capacity, my third point, developing right incentives and resolution of issues is critical. So renewable energy policy has shifted the risk of intermittence source of risk to renewable energy projects, which is detrimental to renewable energy investment space. This, however, can be mitigated through properly structured grants, concessional finance, and credit enhancement mechanisms. Besides unlocking debt and equity, for which we have the Pakistan Stock Exchange, we have to really develop mechanisms to absorb transaction costs and risks that will improve investment liability of the renewables. The World Bank study on transaction cost of low carbon technologies and policies found that transaction cost for US-based ESCO, the companies in energy efficient technology, can be as high as 20 to 40% of the total cost, and renewable energy technology anywhere between 7 to 9% of total investment cost. So let me move to my fourth point from the renewable energy policy. It does not define forms of distribution system and is detached from market realities or modalities, as well as operational and business models of distribution. Now, I'm sure the industrialists who are working in this arena know how to unknot this, but I'm talking of how we will have to achieve a scale. So the distributed generation and net metering regulations 2015 treats renewable energy as generation of electric power through a distribution company's interconnection points. However, market realities are different. Renewable energy could be distributed through an off-grid solution supported by microgrid or pay-as-you-go solutions, and a renewable energy on-grid solution can be supported through power purchase agreements, rental or EPC contracts, or a captive plant. Let me move to my fifth point on the power policy, renewable policy, that while this policy brings in competitive bidding regime in the place of unsolicited procurement regime, distribution generation units like microgrids that are not availing wheeling or net metering services are undocumented with the regulator, and no formal project development approvals are obtained by provincial agencies or NGOs in such areas. The upcoming round of competitive bidding in renewable energy segment with 103 projects have a cumulative capacity of 6,500 megawatts roughly. This offers potential intervention on the part of the development finance institutions in multi-facets, including contributions in the form of technical assistance. A number of private equity funds are being nurtured to be able to provide financing. Policy, of course, removes tariff exemptions from project-based items in renewable energy. Pakistan, of course, imports about 95% of renewable products from China, something that needs to change. If we go for local manufacturing, there is need to scope out prospects for local industry. Finally, it's noteworthy that renewable policy implementation has been facilitated by State Bank of Financing. And as I was checking yesterday, they have been able to refinance 1,700 projects, and they have about outstanding loans close to 94 billion with total capacity of 1,600 megawatt. Markup rate is up to 6%. But this is not the financing we should be looking for. We should be looking for private funds. I know that a very specialized $1 billion fund, the Mudarba Fund, has been pulled together. And then there are private equity funds that are also going to be chasing these projects. So let me conclude by talking about just 2-3 strange trends, operational trends, which we need to fix also indirectly. Companies that are generating electricity from captive solar PV is on rise indeed, as it is a way for companies to reduce their emissions while making profits. For large manufacturing companies, the internal rate of return is quite good, 22% for investment in a captive solar voltaic power projects. That offers 8 to 10% of their generation from natural gas. So far, good. But captive power generation by industry is based on natural gas subsidies. And I speak from my platform on Swiss Southern Gas Company. It makes the grid uneconomic. Industry, in any case, finds grid unreliable for renewables, given power disruptions and voltage fluctuations and the kind of power that we are supplying. It undoubtedly disrupts industrial processes. The government continues to pay for grids' idle capacity and pays for subsidized natural gas rates to the industry, which I, from where I'm sitting, find it completely unacceptable. In the meantime, biomass, which is a low-cost captive generation fuel, is heavily underdeveloped. CPEC has done some good job. I have to say that, having been associated with it, and some other institutions are providing good green financing of high quality and significant amounts. But my last word, we have to have a massive campaign on decarbonization. It is a challenge. It becomes more complicated in Pakistan as industrial sector, bulk industry does not meet its electricity needs from grid, but instead uses captive power generation, partly subsidized by the gas subsidies. To date, however, there hasn't been a concerted effort to keep track of this transition, to assess the drivers and barriers surrounding it and potential impacts in terms of energy savings, emission reductions, and energy supply reliability. So Abid, your study would be very valuable. And we have done several pieces of work, which I'm sure combined with your surveys and your work will add a lot of depth to the analytical work that needs to be done to nurture renewables. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shamshad, for giving us a great overview of the RE policy, despite, of course, the health issue that you had. So I've just been told by the organizers that we have running tea available. So if any of you will like to have running tea, it's available towards my right. So moving forward, I think it's about time that we hear from the private sector. So I would request Mr. Ehsan Malik he's the CEO of Pakistan Business Council. Previously, this used to be his office, so he used to be in Unilever. So over to you, sir.
So Dr. Abid Soleri, Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, Dr. Sebastian, distinguished speakers who are going to follow. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I'm very grateful to the STPI and today's host, Unilever Pakistan, which is basically my home. I worked for this organization for 24 years, not all in Pakistan, but nevertheless, a significant part in this country. So it's always good to return here. And more than that, I think it's very satisfying to see a large organization, a global organization like Unilever, continuing its sustainability agenda. Many companies have come in and gone out. Unilever is still there. So that I think is very confidence building. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to talk a little bit about how the private sector views the energy challenge and where do we see the role of renewables. But very quickly, for those who may not be familiar, Pakistan Business Council is composed now of 100 of the largest local as well as multinational companies in this country. They have a very significant stake in and a commitment to growth of Pakistan and of course their own businesses too. Just to illustrate that point, the members of Pakistan Business Council account for 40% of the total exports of this country. They also contribute a third of the total taxes. They employ over 2 million people, and their combined sales, if you add it all up, represents every 8th rupee of Pakistan's GDP, which means they account for 12% of the total GDP. So here's a powerful group within PBC, and therefore, you know, how we view or how they view becomes very important. Also to explain that PBC is a business advocacy body. It is not a chamber of commerce. It is not a trade body. We do not represent, sectoral interests. Everything that we do tries to live up to the first word of our name, which is Pakistan. So we espouse the cause of Pakistan in every, policy advocacy work that we do. With climate change, of course, which is ravaging the country today, I should add that a lot of what we do at PBC is also motivated by how it impacts the planet and society. PBC is perhaps the only business body, or certainly the only business advocacy body, which besides focusing on the key areas of the economy, also has a fully staffed center of excellence in responsible business, which focuses on sustainability and inclusivity. And I'm glad to say that Dr. Shamshad Akhtar was amongst the founding board that we have, and I think she continues still there. And Amir Paracha, who's not here with us today and heads Unilever Pakistan, heads the ESG committee at PBC. So let's start with what ails the economy and what is the role of energy in that, because at the end of the day, that affects the private sector. So Pakistan's liquidity and solvency is threatened every 4 to 5 years by the fundamental defects that exist in Pakistan's economy, which impact the two most critical accounts in the economy. The first one, of course, is the external account, and this is impacted by the very high level of imports that we have, and our imports outpace our exports by a margin of 2. The second is fiscal account, and that, on the other hand, suffers from a narrow tax base, high public expenditure, losses of the state-owned enterprises, and of course, the growing energy circular debt. So energy, due to the high import reliance, affects the external account. Energy also impacts the fiscal account through the circular debt, as I just mentioned. Most critically, with the present fossil fuel mix, it also negatively impacts the environment. Moreover, the cost, availability, reliability of energy impedes the competitiveness of industry. And therefore, it impacts employment, it impacts exports, it also impacts import substitution. So energy is really the most critical piece of reforms that are required in our economy. So PBC adopted some years ago a theme which we call Make in Pakistan. And Make in Pakistan thrust really seeks to reverse the premature industrialization of the country, which amongst other factors was caused by a combination of power shortages, unreliable supply of energy, and of course the high energy cost. There are a number of other factors, but relevant to today's theme is energy. Unfortunately, we find that the front-loaded tariff-based prescription that the IMF has given Pakistan, which is basically to increase the tariffs, does not address the fundamental flaws that exist within our energy space. It is like a doctor trying to cure the symptoms, but not bothering to address the underlying disease. The underlying diseases are different, and IMF appears not to be concerned with that. Yeah, and IMF at the end of the day is there to help you with your balance of payments and to manage your fiscal account. They are not here, to be fair, to help you undertake fundamental reforms that are required in the country. And we also know from experience that when you raise tariffs and when you raise taxes, there's only a limited number of people who pay those. It actually provides greater incentive to people who are already evading to continue to evade, and indeed evade more than what they've been doing. So that is really not the solution, raising the tariffs. The other thing that we find at fault within the energy mix is that the cheap supply of gas to residential users does not provide any incentive to residential users to switch away from gas and to get into more efficient electricity usage. And therefore, what is missing in the regulatory framework is an alignment between NEPRA and OGRA. And I think that is something very, very important and essential. So the four immediate challenges that we face are, number one, negative environmental impact of the use of fossil fuel in the present energy fuel mix, uncompetitive energy cost and unreliable supply to industry. Number three, rising circular debt and the impact that it has on the fiscal account, and of course, high imports and therefore the external account. Now with third coal potentially providing a lower cost and indigenous fuel option, there are unfortunate trade-offs with the environment. And Dr. Soleri mentioned the trade-offs that we have to contend with. Now, renewable energy can help offset this, at least partially. And within renewables, we believe that solar entails the lower cost outlay, the lowest running cost, and the quickest solution. So I think solar really needs to be at the forefront. Now, there's been a recent policy on wheeling, and I want to talk a little bit about that. This is a great opportunity for the bulk consumers to enter into negotiated contracts with IPPs, particularly those that also offer lower cost and greener and more environmentally friendly sources of supply. The policy has set between 1.5 to 2 rupees as the amount that the distribution companies can charge. They have not factored anything for the stranded assets, any returns on the stranded assets. There's nothing in there for cross subsidies or for offset of losses, people who evade or don't pay or they basically steal electricity. In the short run, this will of course increase the losses of the discos and put additional burden on the government in terms of circular debt. Perhaps a compromise approach would have to be developed between the 1.5 to 2 rupees that is being offered by NEPRA currently in the wheeling policy and the 8 rupees that is being requested by the discos. That's something to be sorted out. Now, whatever the solution may be, it's a fact that industry cannot forever be hostage to inefficiencies and legacy arrangements. A leap of faith is required and necessary to make industry more competitive. Otherwise, we will continue to face the recurring imbalances that we have on the fiscal account and the current account. Another economically and environmentally sustainable solution lies in connecting or correcting the energy fuel mix by moving to less import dependent, lower cost, and greenest possible renewable energy. In that context, rumors of discouraging residential net metering by tinkering with the tariffs that is available on the export of energy produced by residential solar users is very unfortunate. I believe the talk is that the export price will be 7 rupees 77 paisas or 35 cents per kilowatt hour, whereas the same user will be obliged to pay 33 rupees per kilowatt hour for the energy that they get from the utility. So that, I think, is something that goes totally contrary to the Prime Minister's policy of promoting renewables, but particularly solar and particularly net metering. Of course, the longer term solution for all this is restructuring the terms of power generation, correcting the fuel mix, transferring the discos either to the provinces where they should have been in the first place, or to hand them over to private operators under some kind of an incentive plan to reduce the losses. But this calls for political will. And it also calls for cross-party consensus. Now, taking this into account, we at PBC believe that energy reforms should be part of a broader reform agenda. And for that, PBC has just recently published what we call the Pakistan Economic Reforms Program. And that refreshes our earlier Charter of Economy that we published about 1.5 years ago. So that is something that is an acute need where all the political parties must get together. So I want to leave you with some parting thoughts. First of all, the government needs to really significantly improve its ability to forecast demand and to manage the supplies of essentials. And the two essentials that are very critical for that are energy and food. And we know that what goes wrong when demand is not matching supply, or supply is not matching demand. We also know that following years of power outages and lucrative incentives that were given to power generation, they were not matched with investment in transmission and distribution. So when that happens, that's like Unilever setting up a soap factory with no distribution at all. You'll produce a lot of soap, but I don't know what to do with that soap. I guess Unilever employees can wash their hands much more often, but the consumers won't get it because the distribution system doesn't exist. And that is exactly what has happened with our thing. It was also premised, the generation capacity that was established was premised on the basis that the country will grow at a faster rate than it has grown. And unfortunately, with the kind of challenges post-COVID and post the current economic crisis, the outlook on growth is not as good as it was. So I think really what Pakistan needs to do is to avail of concessional funding, which is now available, to take out the less efficient plants, the highly pollutant plants, and that is something that Pakistan should be focusing on. And now the last point that I want to leave you is, you watch television, particularly if you work for Unilever, you should be watching television because that's where you try to sell your goods. Do you see any publicity on conservation? There is really nothing being done to conserve energy in this country. Back of the envelope calculation, a 5% saving on energy would lead to a 3 billion lower import bill. And we are short of foreign exchange. So simple things like that. It would also save the planet. And that comes back to the ravages of the climate change. So I'll just stop at that. Thank you very much, STPI and Unilever Pakistan, for this great opportunity to share some of the private sector views. Obviously, time is short. There are lots of other things that we would also like to talk about, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Ehsan Saab, and particularly your point regarding the political consensus on some of the economic and energy policies is very important. So going forward, we have an online speaker, Dr. Ute Collier, who is currently working as a Deputy Director, Knowledge, Policy and Finance Center at IRENA. She has an extensive multi-sector background in energy and climate change with a particular focus on energy access, renewables, and energy efficiency. So over to you, Dr. Ute Collier.
Thank you very much. And Apologies that I'm not able to be with you in person this time, but hopefully, as we heard, there will be future conferences. And I know Pakistan has a particular challenge in developing its renewable energies, so there'll be many opportunities. So good morning from Abu Dhabi, where the International Renewable Energy Agency is based. For those of you who don't know us, we're an intergovernmental agency who's been around for just over 10 years, and we have 168 members. And of course, Pakistan is one of them. And we do a lot of work with our member states. And what I want to share with you today is a bit of the global perspective on renewables and why we think, A, they're absolutely necessary, and B, what some of the opportunities are. So I have a few slides and I will share my screen. So I hope you can see that. I'm just going to slideshow, right. Okay, so we've already heard today about the terrible floods in Pakistan, which of course we are observing here from the UAE as well. And I'm pretty sure that's a shocking developments we have a very large Pakistani community here in UAE. And the links to climate change of what's happening at the moment are just becoming ever more clear. You know, horrible heat waves in Europe, where I spent my summer, heat waves and droughts in China. I mean, wherever you look in the world, it's absolutely shocking. So there can be little doubt that we need to achieve the 1.5 degree target that was agreed in Paris a few years ago. And to do that, I mean, you know, mustn't beat around the bush. It's going to be a major, major challenge. So we've done a lot of work trying to work out what some of the pathways are and what's clear from our work, but everyone else's work. I mean, renewables have to be a major part of it. And I mean, here is like the emission reductions we need to achieve in addition to what's already committed by policies. And I mean, about a quarter of that has to come from renewables, but also coming back to what the last speaker said, energy efficiency. You know, the best way to solve this problem is not cut down the use of energy, whichever way you can. You save money, you don't have to build extra capacity, which is very challenging, as you will see in a moment. And then there is electrification and hydrogen. Everyone talks about hydrogen these days, but it is a relatively small part of the solution. Now, sort of starting with some positive aspects, we have seen in recent years a very rapid increase of renewable power capacity globally, and much more rapid than fossil fuel capacity, even during COVID times. So we've ended up now globally with renewables generating around a quarter, just above a quarter of electricity. I believe that's sort of similar to what you do in Pakistan, but of course, most of your capacity is hydro, whereas globally, we've now seen a very rapid increase of solar and wind. We have some countries even generating something like half of their electricity from these variable resources, just demonstrating how it can be done. That's Uruguay or other countries like Spain, about a third of their electricity. So definitely lots of possibilities. But, and I think it's important to say, we need to do much, much more. And just over the next decade, you know, to achieve that 1.5 degree target, unless we get our act together in the next few years, it's going to be too late. We can't get on that pathway. But we actually need a 65% increase of renewable power capacity. We also need a much, much higher share of direct renewables in end-use sectors. And while I will be talking mostly about the power sector today, I think this is something that mustn't be forgotten. The demands for heat, especially in industry, are enormous. Also heating, of course, in the Northern Hemisphere, where we now see the issues with the lack of gas supplies. So it's an enormous challenge, but on the positive side, you know, renewables have been getting cheaper and cheaper. And this is a chart from a recent report. We have produced an annual report on renewable energy costs, and we looked here specifically at the cost of renewable power and to what extent it has to be subsidized. So the yellow bars you see here are where renewable power capacity has been built, but with support from governments. So that used to be generally the case, just go back to 2010, all of renewables basically were supported through various types of subsidies. But since around 2016, the picture has really changed. And now with onshore wind, most of it is actually competitive, and even solar, about 70% is competitive, and it's getting better and better every year. So we've ended up with renewables being competitive against new fossil fuel capacity, but also in many cases significantly undercutting it. It depends on the country, it depends on the situation, depends on what the alternatives are. But even before the current fossil fuel price rises, we've seen that trend. So just giving you solar, which clearly is a renewable energy source that has an immense potential. So since 2010, we've seen these enormous cost reductions, whether you look at total installed cost or levelized cost of electricity for solar. So we've seen reductions of almost 90% since 2010. And of course, linked to that, we've seen a growth in solar PV, 21-fold growth. Also in the middle, not to forget, the capacity factor has also increased. Technologies are continuously improving. But then I want to look specifically at one area of renewables where we've got some data from Pakistan in this report. So this is looking at onshore wind, which has been, if you remember the previous chart, has been competitive for quite a few years now in many countries. Now, of course, in the large market, it's generally easier to push down the costs, but we've looked here specifically at some of the smaller markets by country, by year. And you see, I mean, there was a slight blip, but generally you see, yes, there is a reduction in Pakistan, but it's not as fast as in other countries. I mean, globally, the weighted average costs decreased by 90% since 2010. They're around 0.033 US cents per kilowatt hour, but in Pakistan, it's still almost twice that. Now, my understanding is that it's a combination of factors, like we see in so many countries, a limited market size, scale. If you build wind farms down below a certain size, it tends to lead to higher, generally end up with higher prices, high cost of financing. But what's also very important is in many countries, well, almost everywhere where we've seen the lowest prices, whether it's for solar PV or for wind, it's been achieved through auctions. And in auctions, you get real competition. You can also include other criteria, local content, etc. So that is really the way forward for achieving lower prices. So clearly there are, some policies that can be implemented to achieve similar rates as elsewhere. And I'm sure you'll be discussing some of that in the rest of the conference. I just want to finish with a couple of points on the socioeconomic benefits, which I know we'll be discussing at this conference as well. We do a lot of work on jobs, and we've already seen a big rise in jobs in recent years in renewables, and we expect that to grow even more. There are many opportunities in this new energy sector. We find especially bioenergy is very job intensive, if you like. You can employ a lot of people, but also we always stress that this can only be achieved if you have the right education training programs, but you can end up with a more inclusive and also gender balanced workforce. And then finally, a point that's very close to my heart, but also very important for Pakistan. We mustn't forget those who don't actually have any access to modern energy in our push to the energy transition. You know, we've seen this for many, many years where we provide electricity access through, say, large hydropower, etc., and we end up with still people in the very same countries not accessing electricity, often even living under power grids. So, I mean, you know, you still got a very large challenge, especially not just on electricity, but especially on clean cooking. These are the global figures, but you know your own 75% access to electricity. There's still 25% people who don't. Still over 50% of people without access to clean cooking, at least according to the tracking we are involved in. But there are so many opportunities through decentralized renewables. In many cases, there are the cheaper options, and we see in many countries, you know, we see that move. Okay, initially it was maybe through just some basic solar lights, but now we see mini grid solar, but also we see biogas as a great option in rural areas, especially for clean cooking. So there's so many opportunities, but just to finish off all of this, it needs policies. None of this will happen just through the market. It needs a real collaboration, of course, between governments and industry stakeholders and of course also the development institutions to change this. And we know that it's a challenge in many, many countries, but I think it's important to understand that there are opportunities and you can really push ahead. And in the end, you know, the benefits can be great. So thank you very much for inviting Irina to contribute, and I'm sure the rest of the conference will be very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, especially your impact assessment with regards to the socioeconomics is highly appreciated. So going forward, now our team will like to present the findings of the research that has been carried out during this last year. And of course, soon we will be also publishing our first annual State of Renewables Energy report. And of course, I've been told that there is a mechanism for downloading that report through a QR code, which will be accessible to all of you, or we can also email the report to all of you after the session today. So I would request Dr. Hina Aslam, a research fellow and head of energy and China Study Center at STPI, to come on the stage. Thank you.
Good morning and Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of STPI and the energy unit of the Institute, is very pleased and honored to have you all, and with this collaboration of the conference that we are holding is a flagship conference on renewable energy of Pakistan. And why we are holding this is we are envisioning that we need an upskilling of renewable energy in Pakistan at an accelerated rate, and it's not possible without, of course, the public and regulatory support, but with a lot of interventions and support from the private sector. So with this, as you can see on the slides, we have the executive summary of the report and of the findings available on our website. Our team will be circulating the QR codes with all of you as well to scan and download. We didn't have the printable versions in the care of the environment, but we would like you all to please have an access and read through it while I go through a comprehensive analysis of the report that we have produced, being mindful of the fact that we need to progress and track the targets of renewables in Pakistan, in commitments to meet the NDCs, in commitments to fight climate change, and of course, what we are all facing at this time in terms of the impacts. So transition to renewables remains the most critical and the crucial factor and the time that we need to fulfill at this era. So to begin with, right. So there are several objectives and the aims of the report. In terms of the report provides a comprehensive landscape of the renewable energy sector, including the policies, regulations, realizable potential, key actors and all. So the purpose is to have one report serving it to all of the stakeholders who would be needing a very detailed information on where we can look the numbers, where we could look the evidence to fulfill and implement the practices, and also the annual yearly progress towards 2030. Then we have a knowledge-based product where we are providing the opportunities and challenges in terms of while we are transitioning to renewables. Also, we are deep diving into the recommended strategies based on the international practices. We just heard from Irina from the global perspective. So in terms of Pakistan as well, it's crucial to understand what could be the key levers for clean energy transition through renewable energy. Then we have some special chapters that we have covered in this report based on what it means for renewable energy transition, but also considering the just transition aspect, how the socioeconomic impacts of the wind plants and the Sindh community are driven plants in Gilgit-Baltistan KPK. So there are two special chapters which are based on our primary survey that we have conducted in terms of how it has created the job opportunities, the livelihood generation, and overall in terms of poverty alleviation. So to begin with, no, the last one, please. So the chapter 1 is, of course, to highlight the national renewable energy overview, where we would look at the resource potential of renewables. So we all know that Pakistan carries a huge potential of solar, that even if the 0.07% of the potential is necessary or is there to meet the country's energy demands. And that's what we are all witnessing with the a lot of installations of the roof solar in the commercial and the residential buildings, with a lot of support from the net metering and policy and regulatory standards that have been introduced by the government. In terms of Balochistan and Sindh, there's a total potential of 340 gigawatts. If we look at some of the numbers from IRENA report, Jimpir Gharo only has a 50 gigawatt potential, which is more than twice the current energy needs of Pakistan. In terms of off-grid, there are 155 combined capacity of 161 kilowatt and electrified 1560 houses and 9 Coast Guard checkposts. And along with that, we have some numbers from the Sindh and done by some other organizations and NGOs and CSOs and the private sector. In terms of biomass, we are there's an annual 30 million tons of solid waste and 1 million animal manure capacity to produce the energy that is required to fulfill the country demand. And there's a disclaimer just to add here that perhaps in the global energy landscape, large hydros are not considered to be clean, as we are working under the clean energy. So we are mostly supporting the role of large hydros, run off the rivers, and that's what has been included in the report. So looking at what has been the status of renewable energy in Pakistan in the last year, so there's a 5% annual increase in the capacity. In terms of 2009, 49 megawatts. where wind and solar has an increase of 60.772 and 50% annual increase in the solar, respectively. There has been no increase in the bagasse, but there is an addition of solar of 146 megawatts and a total share of 7% in the total capacity, with 1.4% solar, 4.7% wind, and 0.8% bagasse at this time. So the overall generation share of 3.3% in CPPA is seen, and 1.5% in K-electric system, which represents a countrywide generation share of an increase from 3 to 5% from the previous years. In terms of sectoral consumption, there's 82% integration in buildings, 15% in industry, and the 3% in the others. That includes the biogas use in the rural areas and solarized appliances. Now, the crucial element at where the renewable energy financing is standing at this time, because it plays an important role. So the total net foreign direct investments in the power sector is around $911.7 million US. It is expected to increase in the next 2 years, and mostly also we are seeing in hydro in the next 10 years as per the country's plan, with around 12.86 billion investment, and cumulative investments till 2021 has been around 5,000 million USD. If you look at the NDC commitments that are required to move towards clean energy, including the share of renewables, is 101 billion is required for the whole clean energy transition, and 166 billion by 2040. So if we look at reaching the NDC target of 60% clean energy, we require about 50 billion USD by 2030 and 80 billion by 2040. Solar and wind expansion would require about 20 billion US. In terms of expanding the transmission and the expansion, there's around 20 billion required to upgrade the system. And in terms of coal phase down and building new coal power projects, have an upfront cost of 18 billion, with additional 13 billion required to replace this coal with solar. So these are some of the numbers that are needed and required to meet the NDC commitments and the climate commitments of Pakistan. So far, some of the initiatives we could highlight is there is a 300 million US financing by IFC for wind, ADB support of around 38 billion, 70 million loan by KfW, 82 million debt agreement by CDC Group, then FMO almost supporting 100 million to K Electric, and 53 billion by the State Bank under the policy. Some of the major relevant events that had happened in the last year is we have World Bank Group study on VRE's locational study that identifies the potential of countries' needs and dependency on renewables to have 100% feasible for the country context, then which requires almost 800 million financing. Then there's been some new enhanced regulations from the AEDB. We have the State Bank of Pakistan RE financing scheme to allow all the investment opportunities on the easiest terms. And as Dr. Shamshad had already mentioned in her speech, it's around 6%. Then the microgrid regulations have also been released by NEPRA, which also creates a strong case for the microgrid solutions in Pakistan. In terms of policy landscape, so I think most of us, because we are sitting here in the domain where people have been involved in the energy and the power planning, and the policies have been in consideration or underway since 1994. So there's a very strong development ever since. And now we have the Igcep, which has a strong concentration on hydro, solar, and wind, contributing to 60% capacity by 2030. The ARE policy in 2019 that targets for 30% VRE by 2030 and 30% of hydro. And the National Electricity Plan, which has an integrated energy system modeling based on affordability, security, and sustainability. So these are some of the developments that we could see in the policy landscape of Pakistan to outline the requirement of upscaling renewable energy in Pakistan. And in order, how can we holistically approach the target and meet the needs of the country through renewables. Right. So that's again, we have the three policies, including the NDC commitments to ensure or to highlight where we are standing at this point. So where the ARE policy targets a share of renewables by 2030 and 30% by 2030 on least cost basis. The Igcep of the last year, 2021, has a target of 22% renewable from solar and wind and biogas by 2030. So there needs to be looked at how these policies could be coordinated well in order to meet the objectives that we are indirectly and directly linking it up with the NDC commitment that we have done of reducing the 50% emissions and increasing the clean energy transition through renewables, which is 60% share by 2030. There's some renewable energy programs being run in terms of key development programs. We have the Pakistan Private Sector Energy Project in terms of clean energy access for SMEs, Sarhad Rural Support Program on micro hydro and off-grid solar, Pakistan Poverty Alleviation Fund, is doing wonders in the GB and KP on hydropower development and off-grid solar solutions for the local communities, and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa Energy Development Organization in terms of solarization of schools and health facilities. So in terms of financing, there's a World Bank program on clean energy. There's a State Bank renewed financing scheme for renewables, green banking guidelines to for the banks to implement the financing schemes, ADB access to clean energy program, then SMAP financing for SDG 7 targets, and many more. If we look at the market trends and the financial attractiveness of solar in Pakistan, that includes the transmission and the grid connection costs and the localization, we see that the figure is depicting that there is a huge and a very strong financial attractiveness, including the grid connection with an overlay of the existing grid infrastructure. This is sourced from the World Bank's VRE locational study that outlines that the areas near the existing grid infrastructure are not only more economical to develop, but also can develop much faster as compared to the areas where long grid lines are needed to constructed lines. So where we have the strong integration of improving the grid capacity and the grid integration. In terms of wind power, again, the capacity factor values for wind across the whole of Pakistan is from 13 to 60%. And the suitable areas are specific pockets rather than widespread areas as of for solar. And these pockets are mostly concentrated in Western Balochistan and a corridor in Sindh. So while the solar and the biogas-based captive power plants has also shown a linear trend, wind power has shown an increased, but exponential increase from 2013 to 2018. In 2020, the solar has contributed to the entire increase in the capacity in additions. And I think to dig down more into the more of the technical details and modeling and some of the information that is there in the report, we would welcome your support in that as well. We would like to finalize it within September and launch it in presidency in our annual Sustainable Development Conference in December. So that is the reason that we have gathered here to get your contributions and also your review on the report, to see where we are standing, to get your perspective on it, so that all of those inputs can be highlighted in the report and can be taken forward to the policymakers as an output, as an impactful work. In terms of the challenges for the renewable energy in Pakistan, we have the policy and the regulatory uncertainty. In terms of the lack of coordination between the national and the subnational entities, there's been slow progress in the renegotiation of the contracts, transactions of the procurement regime in terms of clarity. We are still lacking. So this is, I think most of us are already well aware of, and of perhaps facing while installing small solars in our homes as well. So the approval processes, and there's no single window operation. So that's what we are all witnessing as well. In terms of the low demand for the RE growth as well, in terms of the G2G contracts going out of the power sector with constrained margins in VRE tariffs. Also the lack of local manufacturing. And again, I would like to refer to what Dr. Shamshad had highlighted, that there's a strong need to have a local manufacturing of these renewable energy equipment in Pakistan, instead of relying just on the international market, especially China. And one of the opportunity lies where we are building the special economic zones under CPEC. So there's an opportunity to bring in the equipments and the plants and the technology transfer under the agreement. In terms of the project development delays, I think I've highlighted with the combined with the policy and regulatory challenges. And of course, we are all aware that there is an inadequate grid infrastructure that needs to be improved. There has been slow offtake of the wheeling, and we'll be talking about the wheeling on a dedicated panel tomorrow. We'll be joined by Chairman Nepra this evening, and tomorrow we'll be having a very comprehensive and very detailed analysis on where we are standing and how we could move ahead with it, as it being the crucial element of promoting renewables. So while I summarize the challenges, I think it's important to also highlight what could be the way forward for Pakistan. So in terms of removing policy and regulatory uncertainty, of course, the coordination mechanisms need to be improved. We do have a lot of resources, but a stock take of mapping of these resources and zones to kind of guide the better policy directions is required. Then green energy and economy plan with special focus on local jobs and manufacturing is required. Independent boards for efficient and transparent operation of the DISCOs, and the reevaluating the tariff and the capacity plans. In terms of mobilizing the demand, as per the challenge that I had mentioned in my previous slide, so we need to have a market study to assess the different business models for distributed generation, and develop standardized tools to assess the finances for assessing the renewable energy investment risks. Also, there's policies around net metering using the captive generation and also the off-grid distributive energy innovation models. Then in terms of fast pacing the project development activities, we need to have comprehensive interconnection standard guidelines for the net metering. Also, the installations should be exempted from the GL issuance to the to save the time cost. Also, to build the local capacity, both in terms of the installation and the manufacturing of the RE plants, and to develop bankable feasibilities of the RE coupled with the energy storage systems. So the key action marks, I think they're very small to look at, but we have actually outlined what is required, what is needed to be done in the 1 and the 2 years, medium term in 2 to 4 years, and then long term in terms of 5 to 10 years. So these are the key action items that you would also be able to access and have a deep dive into linkages to what challenges and opportunities I have narrated earlier. So this is exactly what we would like to propose in the first annual State of Renewables that we have produced. And we plan to keep it going on annual basis with a lot of input from all of you sitting here, with a lot of collaboration and the partnerships under the Network for Clean Energy Transition Program of STPI Pakistan. With this, I would like to thank you for this opportunity, and I would like to hand over back to Ahad for further speeches. Thank you.
So next up, we're taking a 10 minutes tea break. You can all, we can call it a stretch break rather. So you can just stretch up, and we'll get back at 12 noon. Exactly. Request you all to please be seated so that we can resume the session. Next up, we have remarks from Dr. Sebastian Post. He is the Consular Head of Development Cooperation Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany. He has also worked in the ADB Institute as well as the ADB's Executive Board. May I request?
Okay, dear Abid, Executive Director of STPI, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I feel deeply honored to be invited to deliver this keynote address at this conference today on behalf of the German Embassy, but also on behalf of the Pakistan-German Climate and Energy Initiative. I arrived here in Pakistan some weeks ago as the new head of development cooperation of the German Embassy. And in that function, I also assumed the task of not only supervising the German development implementation activities of KfW and GIZ in general, but also the Pakistan-German Climate and Energy Initiative in particular. And I feel inclined, actually, to start with a personal remark in follow-up to what Mr. Malik said before on energy saving. Because during the first weeks here in your country, I've started loving your country. But I was also freezing in your country. And that was mainly because of the extremely low aircon temperatures you have here, not today here, but in hotels, conference halls, malls, offices, apartments, etc., etc. And that brings me to this remark to say the cheapest energy is the energy you are not consuming. And in that regard, my appeal: save energy, drive up energy efficiency. There's no human need for icy aircon temperatures. Now back to the actual topic of today, which is even of more importance, of course. Let me start by saying that for Germany, climate change, and thus just energy transition as the most important means of mitigating climate change plays a paramount role since decades in German policy. Germany has since been committed to bring forward climate protection, not only at home, but also at EU and at global level. Therefore, the support to developing country partners with still relatively small greenhouse gas emissions that are severely hit by the impact of global greenhouse gas emissions, and Pakistan is there, unfortunately, one of the most hit countries. plays a paramount role on the agenda of German politics. And just now, and earlier speakers have already emphasized that, so I don't have to repeat that, the torrential rains and floods currently here in your country with this serious disaster situation are, yeah, how can I say, a very good or very bad example for this problem. Maybe a short look back into climate protection history. Germany started with its first politics on climate change already in 1990. That was at that time the first political initiative in this regard worldwide, with specific elements that were later adopted by more than 60 countries in a similar way. Furthermore, the first renewable energies law dates back to 2000. Again, the first of its kind started in Germany. With this climate historic background, Germany continues being committed to the combat against climate change in cooperation with partners around the world. Since 2019, climate change has even now been the #1 long-term subject on the agenda of German politics. On this line, Germany decided to offer climate and energy partnerships to selected developing countries. Pakistan was the first country with which such a partnership was agreed in September 2021 in Berlin and then launched at COP26 in Glasgow. For Germany, Pakistan is of special interest because it's one of the countries, as said, worldwide most hit by climate change. And actually, if you remember, the current floods are not a unique disaster. The horrendous floods from 2010 are another example, and this repetition is really food for serious thought. But additionally to the climate protection aspect, there comes now another new urgent aspect into the game, as already explained among others by Mr. Malik. The dramatic increase of import prices of particularly fossil energy that creates an additional heavy burden for Pakistan's sensible budgetary debt, balance of payment, and competition situation. On the other hand, Pakistan is so super rich in these elements you need for your renewable energy, like water, but especially also wind, and of course, solar. So energy transition is a quasi must for Pakistan, also from a geostrategic, economic, and fiscal point of view, to make your country and its energy supply more independent, more reliable, less expensive. And actually, I liked your notion of energy sovereignty. That's the motto that counts nowadays. The current cooperation between our two countries in the context of climate, but especially energy, grounds on a long cooperation history indeed. For over 60 years now, Germany has been supporting the development of Pakistan in various sectors, ranging from energy to resilient economic growth, and also enhanced vocational training and improved social services. But energy has always remained a key focal area for Germany and Pakistan, targeting one of the major bottlenecks for the development of the country. With the recent establishment of the Pakistan-German Climate and Energy Initiative, this topic is put even more into the focus. Focal areas in this energy sector cooperation over the last decades were principally renewable energies and, as I indicated before, the improvement of energy efficiency. The German financial cooperation via KfW has been supporting hydropower plants, both small and large, and on and off grid, the construction of substations for improving power transmission efficiency, and the promotion, of course, of solar energy. The German technical cooperation, mainly implemented by earlier GTZ, now GIZ, supported the improvement of grid management, for renewable energy and off-grid rural electrification, as well as the improvement of energy management in urban centers. Furthermore, the establishment of the Pakistan-German Renewable Energies Forum is another highlight of our close respective cooperation. The support of climate finance already started more than 5 years ago with the support of the green banking guidelines of the State Bank adopted already in 2017. Green financing, an issue which becomes more and more important, was also the subject of the most recent workshop of the Network on Clean Energy Transition supported by the Pakistan-German Climate and Energy Initiative. And this will elaborate it on in session 3 this afternoon. By today, the total budget of the German Development Corporation provided for the climate energy portfolio here in the country amounts to about 350 million euro for the financial cooperation, altogether 16 projects, and 30 million euros for the technical cooperation, altogether 10 projects. In the framework of this climate and energy initiative, which envisions an enhancement of the financial and technical cooperation, more funding is foreseen for the years to come. For the near future, the support in your renewable energies, here mainly the grid integration into the electricity power networks, including small-scale hydro energy and solar, will be continued and improved. The technical cooperation regarding the net integration of renewable energies will encompass also digitalization and the establishment of loading stations for electric vehicles. Concerning energy efficiency, its improvement in the building sector will also be supported. The specific climate change portfolio of the German Development Corporation in Pakistan, now coming from energy to climate change, this portfolio has started to be developed only since 2019, with the first activities to support the implementation of the National Determined Contributions, the NDCs, mainly focusing on the monitoring, reporting, and verification systems, the climate risk profile, as well as the engagement of the youth for climate activism. Currently, this specific climate change-related portfolio is concentrating on the adaptation to climate change, climate risk assessment and prevention, climate finance, and afforestation. In the near future, this will be complemented with further climate adaptation and risk prevention activities, including the so-called Global Shield Against Climate Risks of the G7, for which Pakistan and Germany will also present common commitments on COP27 in Egypt in a side event of the Pakistan-German Climate and Energy Initiative. Let me conclude by wishing this conference the best possible success and by hoping that the huge challenges arising from climate change and energy markets to your country will be tackled soon and effectively, hopefully also with the help of this Pakistan-German Climate and Energy Initiative. And regarding sun, wind, water, which you need for renewable energies, you have much, much bigger geographic opportunities like cloudy, cold Germany. Take these chances. Germany is happy to support you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sebastian. I think we all appreciate the work that the German government is doing with the Pakistani private sector as well as the public sector. So going forward, now because we are short on time, I would request all the speakers to kindly keep their remarks to 10 minutes. I would first of all request Ms. Naz Khan. She is the Chief Strategy Officer of K Electric. Prior to this, she was the Managing Director of Ex Petroleum and CFO at Agro Corporation and Agro Fertilizers. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, SDPI. Thank you, Unilever. and all the other partners here for actually putting this forward, setting a baseline so that one can have conversations around this very important topic. It's very difficult when you're after so many other speakers, there's not much left to say because everyone has said whatever is needed to be said. But I thought I'd bring a little bit of the utility angle into today's talk, and I will obviously follow your guideline of keeping it under 5 minutes. I've already used up 30 seconds of that. If I could just have that. Right. So, sorry, where am I pointing? Just, it's okay. It's not changing there. Right. I thought I would just pick one of the topics which is in the news currently, and there's no pun intended there, but just linking the utility element, which is electricity prices. We've seen what's happened globally and how electricity prices have risen. So I've just picked up some data, which is primarily Europe, and I've put Pakistan, I've added Pakistan and China in there. And if you compare from May last year to May this year, the orange line is the electricity prices this year. This is in cents per kilowatt hour. And the blue is from last year. So interestingly, there are many countries where electricity prices, there's a lot of noise in Pakistan, obviously, but there are a lot of countries in Europe where you will see that the electricity prices have doubled. I mean, UK is one of them, Italy is another one, Austria, several countries, but you can clearly see that they have risen substantially, due to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. So if you see where Pakistan has been between May last year and May this year, and we've adjusted it for the fuel, charge adjustment, we've increased in terms of dollars by 14%. That's the increase in Pakistan. However, if you see this in rupees, your increase in electricity prices is almost 50%, right? So clearly Pakistan has other issues as well over here, right? And we know the two issues which people have pointed out as well is one is your fuel mix, where you are thermal based, where you've seen all of these prices going up. And the other is the fact that you have to spend dollars to import your energy. So, and I think Dr. Hina had pointed this out too. I've also picked this from the Igcep, the Indicative Generation Capacity Expansion Plan of 2021. There will be a new one coming out, but from the data last year, you can see that in 2021, our renewables were about 6%, which is primarily solar, wind, and bagasse. If you added hydel in there, that was an incremental 30%. The plan for under the Igcep is to go to 23% on renewables, which is solar, wind, bagasse, and another 40% on the hydel side. So that would take it to over 70% if you consider that on the renewable side. So that hopefully will start addressing your fuel mix, but you're going to take the next 8 years to get there. And that will require aggressive intervention, and aggressive intervention, not just on the generation side with supportive policy. It will also mean on the transmission side, on the distribution side, investment there, ensuring grid resiliency, etc. And the other thing that you will address once you do this as well is obviously indigenization. With that particular plan, what you will see is that today your imported fuels are about 45%. And indigenous is 55%. But if you move with that plan that you're projecting, you will reduce that significantly to just a 21% imported fuels. We have to cut down. And as the previous speaker also pointed out, the least expensive sort of power that you're using, the least expensive power is the one that you are not using currently, which is indigenous. So your fuel mix, which is moving more towards renewables and making it indigenous. And that will hopefully start making a difference to your power prices, electricity prices, and start making a difference for your customers. I mean, just very quickly, if you just look at this, obviously, from a technology wise, and if I look at the EPP as well, this is just telling you again that your solar, wind, the tariffs over here and how they translate into rupees per kilowatt hour. And we've taken the recent prices over here. So how they translate into rupees per kilowatt hour from an electricity perspective. If you look at it globally, you know, the last 1 year in 2021, globally as well, a record 257 gigawatts of renewable capacity was added, you know, online. And on the right side, you will see over there, there's China. China, you have to have a separate graph because they're off the grid. But what that's showing you, what this graph is showing you, that for the renewable capacity that was added just in 2021, the savings that you are going to see, projected savings, net savings that you will see in 2022 with that 1 year addition, it's estimated that the global net savings through reduction in electricity generation costs will be about $55 billion. So that's what you can look towards, obviously not $55 billion, but what you can look at, that if you start changing your fuel mix, this is, you can start seeing the impact on reduction in, in electricity costs as well. And a significant portion is coming through obviously wind and solar, and that's been the case through most of the global addition, except for the UK, where you've seen a lot of I think it's offshore that you've seen a lot of. So what is KE planning to do at this point in time as well? What we are looking to do today, if we look at it, our renewable capacity, our renewable within our fleet is also much lower. It's at a similar level as the national level. We are looking to add on from today till 2030, and we have added this now in the new Igcep that will come out, as we are adding approximately 1,200 megawatts of renewable capacity. And this includes, I mean, there's several. There's already 150 megawatt here, which we're doing with the government of Balochistan. There's another 350 megawatts with the World Bank and government of Sindh. There's another 500 megawatts that we are looking to do as a floating solar on Kinjhar Lake, and several others like that. So this is, this is extremely important, and this is not something that we are planning to do on our own balance sheet either as a utility, because as has been pointed out, rather than spending money on generation, you would rather work with developers and the rest of the sector to actually put up this capacity. So we will be doing this in an IPP model where we may end up taking 10, 15, 20% equity, but we will do it with developers and other people, and we will offtake the power from them. We would rather focus our money towards investment in the transmission and distribution infrastructure. So what this will do is, in terms of percentage increase, as far as KE's fleet is concerned in terms of renewable and indigenization, in a percentage increase, we will increase that tenfold over these next 7 to 8 years. And if I look at this 1,200 megawatt that we are looking to add, the cost of adding this 1,200 megawatt, if I look at today's costs, $0.7 million for per megawatt for solar and one for let's say wind. We are looking at a cost of under $1 billion today for adding these plants. But the forex savings that you would have in terms of fuel replacement, if you took the same amount of gigawatt hours over the next 25 years, it's an $8 to $10 billion saving. So I mean, it's really a no-brainer. Then of course the carbon footprint and the carbon dioxide savings that you have. The other thing that we're doing when we're talking about going green is that KE obviously has an expanded infrastructure geographically spread out as well, whether it's in terms of grid stations, it's in terms of customer care centers, other offices. So approximately 8 to 10 megawatts is what we are looking at, which is our own infrastructure that we can look to solarizing as well. So we hope to make that difference over the next few years. What is it that we can do to actually support and really catalyze this kind of investment going forward. So the first is incentivize. Really, you need to incentivize people. You need to understand, which means the tariffs need to be, they need to be cost reflective. They need to allow people to make money in a market environment where interest rates are 15% and commercial rates. I mean, your state bank financing is not available at this point in time, because while they have extended the state bank financing for another year or 2 years, but the allocation has not increased. So you need to incentivize, you need to facilitate, you need to support. So, make tariffs that are reflective, that allow people to make money, so the investment comes in easily. You need to allow for more green financing, because you start saving immediately, right? So you need to have that subsidized financing, because it makes such a big difference on your dollar side as well. And you need to support. So while we've got a competitive bidding regime, we have not had any competitive bidding done as yet. So we'll have to see how that works out. But competitive bidding would mean that it truly is competitive bidding. Do you really need a benchmark tariff? You may need competitive bidding as long as you ensure that the bidding is competitive. There is enough competition in there. Let the market decide. So that's what you would like to see. And finally, I'll just leave you with just an interesting, I mean, I'll take this platform as a way to actually have discourse rather than a one-way transmission. So I'm going to maybe disagree with some of the points raised earlier. You start sort of becoming customer or masters of your own destiny. When customers see that your electricity prices are not going down, when you look at net metering across the country, actually the uptake has been quite tremendous. So as of June 2022, there are 637 megawatts worth of registered cases, out of which close to 520 megawatts has already been commissioned. I mean, that is huge. If I look at the number that Dr. Hina had actually pointed out, where the total solar sort of installed capacity that you're selling back to the government today in terms of installed capacity is close to 600. I mean, on a net metering basis, which is under 1 megawatt. So these are, 29,000 and 29,500 people, of under 1 megawatt each. And you've already put up 519. And this is continuing. So this uptake is there. So it's going to continue. When you talk about masters of our own destiny as well, let me point to what Dr. Abid Suleri said over here also. I think there are trade-offs that are going to come about over here. It's important that we have those discussions as well, which are policy trade-offs, where if you're moving towards indigenization, there are costs to be borne. So let's put those discussions on the table. Let's try to crystallize them, and let's try to put numbers around them, and then see what is it that we need to do. One can't run away from that conversation. Put the numbers and then say, this is the financing I need to be able to transition from this point to the next point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Naz Khan. Just on a softer note, I usually tell my friends at KE that this is a very hard time, and especially these 3 months are very hard for you. So thank you for coming in and giving us a very good macro perspective. So next up, we have Mr. Yusuf Siddiqui. He's currently the CEO of Engro Energy Limited. Previously, he has worked in Engro VOPAC LNG terminal as Chief Executive Officer, and he has been part of Shell before that. Over to you, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, and Assalamu alaikum, everybody. First of all, a word of prayers for millions and millions of Pakistanis who are really suffering from floods all across Pakistan. I happened to be in Upper Sindh over the weekend, and I can tell you it is really, really bad over there. People are suffering, and I'm sure all of you and your friends and families are working in whatever capacity you can. And I encourage you to please keep doing that, because this is going to take a long time to get back on normalcy. So first of all, thank you very much to the organizers, Unilever, for hosting us. Really appreciate the discourse we are having today. As Naz said, there is not much left for me to say. So I took a special permission from my speech writers to change the tack a bit. So so we discussed a lot about what the problems are. I think we largely know what they are, the challenges, and we also know where to go. Dr. Hina presented, KE presented, His Excellency spoke about the German model as well. So let me propose something, and let me also shamelessly steal from Mr. Malik's speech, where he said, take a leap of faith. So here I'm advocating, NTDC is sitting here, NEPRA is coming tomorrow, so policymakers are here, private sector is here. I'm representing Engro Energy, which is a developer, to take a leap of faith. So let me articulate what that leap of faith is. So without bragging, I'm not an Engro lifer, which most are. I'm a Shell guy, lived in 7 countries across the globe, from Holland to Italy to Iran to Tunisia, Jordan, and other places. So I do bring a little bit of what's going on outside Pakistan. But Engro has been a company of first fertilizer plant, first PVC plant, first LNG plant, first chemicals terminal, first LPG terminal, first thermal mine, a first thermal power plant. So anything that was not being done was done by these great Pakistanis who have been part of this company. And as a developer, I'm proposing a new first, which is, we know what the renewable technology is. Technology is not a huge differentiator here. What is important is how do you apply, with the speed that you apply the technology in Pakistan. And what Engro has already announced in early this year, a project of 1 gigawatt in Jhimpir for a hybrid solar and wind. Nothing special about it. Lots of companies have done it. And a pilot on RDF, which is waste to energy. But the difference here that Engro is proposing, and I want to advocate here to the policymakers, is take a leap of faith and let us do this outside the government ambit. All the IPPs comes with capacity payments. They come with sovereign guarantees. And there are challenges all around for the government to pay, for the private sector to invest, and for the circular debt, which is growing and growing on us. Please allow the private sector to assume all the risk. Take the risk of development, take the counterparty risk, but allow the private sector to start small, but start to sell electricity directly from generation to the consumer. Nothing new. US does it. I think Europe does it. Lots of developing countries where market has developed to that range has done it. We have not yet done it to a large scale. So as a developer, I'm requesting and advocating this way forward. The advantages are huge. The cost advantage, number one, and my apologies, I'm not coming with the green advantages, because while they are very relevant for Pakistan and especially globally, in Pakistan, as Naz also showed, the cost of electricity, the cheaper ones were from thermal, the indigenous one, the wind, which is indigenous, and the solar, which is indigenous. Everything else was twice the price. So Pakistan, there's an affordability problem right now about electricity. And let's be honest about it. Yes, it will give us the green part as well and help us offset thermal, for example. But the primary driver is affordability in Pakistan. And it also pains me to say that while Pakistan contributes only what I was being told this morning, 0.5% or 1% of global warming, we are bearing the brunt of it. And on top of it, the affordability challenge comes in. these floods will take decade to recover from. And that requires a lot of money, dollars and otherwise. So we have to move fast on affordable energy. So what Engro is proposing, allow in Jhimpir to put in a 1 gigawatt of hybrid solar and wind, complemented by a base load, which can be waste to energy, which can be thermal, bring it directly to customers nearby and sell it directly to the customer. No government capacity, no government subsidy, no government involvement. And I know the problem is around whether NTDC will lose good customers, and I fully appreciate that. It has happened globally. In Jordan, when I was there, NEPCO, National Electric Power Company, when Egyptians shut off their gas after the Arab crisis, Arab Spring, sorry, in 2011, the country went into darkness. They have nothing. There's no oil. There's no gas. They only had solar because it is one of the better solar areas in the world. And they went in and put a huge MAN development program near the south of the country, built a brand new grid, green grid, to bring that to the demand centers, which were unfortunately in the north, Amman and above it, not in the south. But they did it in 2 years. And I think in those days, when I was heading Shell in Jordan in 2015, 2018, it was the highest concentration of energy went in Oman, went in Jordan. So why can't we do it here? And NEPCO allowed that to happen in private sector. So a fertilizer plant near Dead Sea was taking directly electricity from the renewable energy company. And the base load was coming either from NEPCO itself or from a captive power. So CTBCM is one. And I know some senior folks in the government feel that it's a pipe dream. But we have to wake up. This is the time to do it. And if it is allowed, the good thing about renewable, it is that it doesn't require a long execution time. If an FID on any project is done of this matter with some government or with STDC, for example, by mid of next year, by end of 2024, you'll have 500 megawatt into the system. And in the next couple of years, a few years more, a 1 gigawatt. So with this, I'll stop. We know what the problems were. We know what the solutions are. We have discussed it in all what I'm proposing is the action itself. So as I said before, let's take a leap of faith with NTDC and NEPRA and Government of Pakistan's help. Let's do it. It's just 1% of the installed capacity of Pakistan. It's not going to create problems for capacity payments for the government too much, but it will liberalize the market. The consumer behavior will change, that we don't have to rely only on government subsidized electricity. We can go and slowly take the most cheapest one, have the optionality of having the cheaper electricity. Thank you very much with this, and all the best.
Thank you, Yusuf Saab. I will like to formally welcome the Provincial Secretary, Energy, Mr. Abu Bakr. Before going to him for his remarks, we have the CEO of Alternate Energy Development Board and the Managing Director of the Public-Private Infrastructure Board, Mr. Shahjahan Mirza with us. He's a very experienced person in the energy sector and a very sort of a person in the government that you need, who can listen to you, who takes suggestions very positively. So I'll go for Mr. Shahjahan Mirza, who is with us online. Over to you, sir. Mr. Shahjahan, I think you're on mute.
Sir, mic on can here is camera running. Yes, sir. Okay.
Shahjahan Saab, over to you.
Ji, thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I'm grateful and I appreciate the STPI for arranging this conference as well as doing this study and the research, I think, which was very much required, because I think this is the first of its kind report which is being prepared, and STPI has taken initiative, so I appreciate their efforts. And I think I'm probably the last speaker of this session. I heard some of the speakers like Dr. Collier and Dr. Hina. So they have covered, particularly Dr. Hina has covered most of the facts and the data of the renewable energy sector. So I'll try to refrain from going too much into the numbers. So being sort of representative from the government side, and representing Alternative Energy Development Board, which is a one-window facility and one-stop organization on behalf of Government of Pakistan, I would like to focus more on the policy side and what initiative we are trying to take in terms of increasing the renewable energy share and renewable energy generation in the country. So as we all know that Pakistan is fully committed to UN Sustainable Development Goals, which is to ensure goal number 7 and to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, clean energy. So I'll just touch upon some of the numbers which are, I think, critical to take my talk forward, although some of them might have been covered by Dr. Hina in the report. The Igcep, which we call the Indicative Generation Expansion Plan, which covers the next, now it's almost 8 years. So we are targeting actually another 10,000 plus megawatt of renewable energy projects, mainly wind and solar, in order to bring the overall clean energy generation to around 60% by 2030. So this 60% include almost 33% hydro and 27% wind and solar. For that, as some of us know, that government has announced the renewable energy policy of 2019, which has slightly different targets, which was later on amended by the Council of Common Interest. So we are working against that target. And by implementing this target, inshallah, by 2030 and 31, what we are trying to achieve, that the 60% of the energy will be renewable energy, including hydro, and 90% of our energy generation, power generation, will be from the indigenous resources. So it's actually multifaceted purposes are achieved. We achieve the environmental goal, we achieve the energy security goal, and we achieve the reduction on the import bill and the foreign exchange need for the country. So this is the general target on which we are working. And the Igcep target is to, the current carbon emission from power generation is around 356 grams CO2 per kilowatt hour. So once this Igcep is implemented, this is going to go down to 198 grams CO2 per kilowatt hour, which we think that is a great achievement if we can implement this plan. The policies are there, policy is already there, and we're trying to hold competitive bidding very soon on that. One initiative, I think, which is very new, and I think market is not fully aware of that, which we are trying to launch within this month or next month. That is a large solar power project, solar PV projects, to substitute the expensive fuel generation. The idea is to set up the solar power plants to generate the electricity in the daytime and reduce the electricity from the fuel daytime and use solar electricity. The overall plan is the 6,000 megawatt, which is, I would say, slightly medium-term plan. But initially, we're targeting around 2,400 megawatt, for which we have identified the sites, 3 sites. One is 1,200 megawatt, and the other 2 are 600 megawatt each. And the plan is that government will acquire this land there, and we'll provide the land and interconnection to the investors and the developers. So that is the first step. We are also trying to do some basic study on the sites like soil investigation and topography and some other thing. So we make the land ready for the bidders to come in and set up their power plants. We are changing slightly the parameters which we've been doing previously, since as some of you might know that we are stuck up in a structure where we have very heavily uploaded tariff in the first 12 year or 10 year or 13 years, where lenders are repaid. So we want to do a competitive bidding, and we are asking for a straight line tariff. So it will be same tariff for 25 years, so that we don't have to actually pay very heavily upfront. So that is the model, I think, which has been adopted in many countries. And we are also contemplating to use this model for this competitive bidding. Similarly, we are saying that because we are not getting into the nitty-gritty of the tariff, that this is the structure, that we need to know the O&M, we need to know your debt servicing and other expenses. So we are saying we are just concerned with the single line tariff, and we'll be able to provide, number is not yet finalized. Probably you'll be able to provide between 60 to 70% of the tariff indexation indexed with the US dollar. This will be, as usual, quarterly indexation with the US dollar, and it will be between 60 to 70% of the tariff. So we want to get out of the business that looking into the numbers and the calculations of the IPPs, that what is their O&M, what is their debt servicing, and what are their other expenses, which used to be norm in the cost plus tariff. So we want to deal with this issue on arm's length basis. Similarly, as I said, we are providing land also. We are also recommending to the government, which is not yet finalized, that they should fully waive the import duties and sale taxes on all the equipment being used for the solar power plant. So this scheme, and if we can get the Ministry of Finance and FBR agree, so probably we are trying that whole of the solar power generation equipment should be basically exempted from the import duties and sales tax. The solar panel has already been exempted. The sales tax was levied, and then it has been exempted. So that is where we're facilitating. We are coming up with another mechanism which is not yet fully finalized. So we are just discussing with the stakeholder. The idea is actually to take out the Government of Pakistan guarantee, because you people who are actually dealing with the IPPs, you know that it's not really very easy to call the government guarantee and get money against that. There's a long process, and then you call the government guarantee. There's a time behind. There are sometimes dispute. So we are offering a more liquid guarantee structure that will be giving you the first right, or the first right of withdrawal from the collection account of the distribution companies. We are finalizing the mechanics and looking into what possible issue can come up. But the basic idea is that we offer a liquid guarantee, and we take out the Government of Pakistan guarantee for the payment. This is, in our understanding, this is a more liquid guarantee, and probably this will be more acceptable to the developers and the bankers. In fact, the K Electric is using this mechanism, and generally this mechanism sells very well with the developers and the investors. So this is the scheme. Hopefully we're targeting to launch it early next month. In the meantime, we're planning to hold a stakeholder consultation conference also by mid of this month. So this is our new initiative. On the front of distributed generation, I think very well covered by Dr. Hina in her presentation. But what we are looking at, I think, is the net metering, which is becoming more and more popular. Currently, we have over 550 megawatt of net metering inducted into the grid, and this the speed of induction is very fast. People are queuing up for that. What ADB is doing to facilitate that, one is that we have done the certification of the installers and the vendors, so that some quality parameters are ensured. and the after sale warranties and guarantees could be exercised if the equipment is not properly working. And we have around 190 vendors and installers throughout the country. So in our assessment, this has helped a lot to streamline the sector and the quality of the equipment and the quality of the service being provided these installers. Similarly, what the next step we are taking, we are working on an online portal for submitting of application to the distribution companies. This is under trial run with two of the distribution company, with the LESCO and the Islamabad Electric Supply Company. So once this is done, I think in next maybe for 6 weeks, we'll be able to launch that portal also to make the life easier for the consumers who want to set up these net metering rooftop solar projects. NEPRA and the government has already waived the condition of generation license up to 25 kilowatt. So that might go up further, but there's no talk on that yet. One thing you might be aware that previously the limit for this net metering was 1 megawatt. Now it has been increased to 5 megawatts. So that is another, I would say, great attraction for B2B transactions mainly, and for the industries and the commercial organization which need more power. So these are some of the steps we are taking. And obviously, when we induct the RE in a big way, the locational study has been done with the World Bank. You need to strengthen and reinforce the distribution and transmission network a lot, basically to control the intermittency of the renewable energy power plant. So the SCADA system is under implementation. It will obviously take some time, but it is under implementation. That is the good news. After this Igcep, which is the Indicative Generation Expansion Plan, the NTDC will also work very soon on the Transmission System Expansion Plan to support the meeting the target of the Igcep, because what we have seen most of the time, the generation plants are ready and the transmission line is not available. So we're trying to cover that part also, so that they can get in sync whenever they are required. We are also working on some of the distributed generation scheme, like we are conducting a feasibility for solarization of Balochistan tube well. It was almost done, but the issue of water table going down and down, that came up, and then we decided that we should look at this issue in a holistic manner, rather than just looking at from the power sector angle or distribution companies angle. So a new study is being carried out where we are covering the water table issue and taking a holistic review that what could best be done to provide the solar energy to these tube well. Another scheme which is at initial stage is that it might be surprising for someone that we have around 380,000 tube wells which are grid connected, but we have over 800,000 to grid connected and which use diesel for generation of electricity and running the tube well. And a preliminary estimate is that they consume a diesel dollars per year. So that is another area where we want to work, and we want to bring some scheme for solarization of these diesel tube wells. And obviously in phases, because 800,000 is a big number to do in one tranche. So we are proposing to the government that they should launch a scheme, something similar, that where we can basically limit the kilowatt size of the tube well or horsepower of the tube well. And we start with the low hanging fruit where we have around 20 kilowatt of load. So we can set up a 20 kilowatt system, and we should focus on the areas where water table issue is not persistent. So that scheme is also there. The idea is actually to get some stake of the tube well owners also. So we have proposed to the government that there should be a distribution of the cost, that 20% should be paid by the consumers, 40% by the federal government, and 40% by the provincial governments. But this is just a proposal at this stage, which has not been approved from any forum yet. On the financing side, obviously, when we're going with such a large initiative and we want to add another 11,000 megawatt of electricity through RE, the financing is a big issue, and arrangement of the foreign exchange for import of equipment is even a bigger issue. So we are proposing that for these large initiatives, that the investors and the lenders should come from bring the foreign exchange funding. So let's see how it works. But we are saying that whatever foreign cost is involved in these power plants, which is around 60 to 70% of the project cost, that should come from outside Pakistan as a foreign exchange, whether it is the equity or it is debt. And that's why we are basically proposing that we'll give a 60 to 70% indexation with the US dollar for overall life of the project. So this is the main system and main initiatives we are working. But there is obviously a lot need to be done actually to make this more and more actually renewable energy contribution into the grid and outside the grid, and particularly in the area where the grid stations or the national grid is not there, which are not connected to the national grid. So NEPRA has already announced a policy for distributed grid where grid is not available. The NEPRA has issued the regulations for that. We're also working that what best could be done actually to achieve those targets. So this is basically overall planning on which government are working. Obviously, for this, we may need to change some of the policies. We may need to change some of the regulations of NEPRA, and going back to the some of the issues which we have been facing. So overall, this is the broader outline on which we plan. Some of you may think this is too ambitious, and I admit it is ambitious, but we plan to do that, and we are doing proper planning. We're getting help from the international donor agencies for that, and we're trying to get the best consultant and the experts to advise us on how to go about it. So that is from my side. I stop here. I don't know, you have some question answer setting here or right in the end. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Shahjahan Saab. So one of the major points that were highlighted in Dr. Hina's presentation was the lack of coordination between the federal and provincial governments. So, we are very lucky to have the Secretary Energy, Government of Sindh, with us, Mr. Abu Bakar Ahmed Saab. So I'll hand over to you for your remarks, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Mr. SDPI, Sustainable Development Policy Institute, and Mr. Naeem Qureshi. I personally thankful to Mr. Naeem Qureshi, who always call me. As you know, the government is any third world country is the basic tools to establish or to make a room for any industry. And in energy sector, I think the government of Pakistan and government of Sindh both are very much welcoming the all power sector, as we have planned the IPPs. Firstly, in 1996, independent power plant established all over the Pakistan, and recently, if you say most of the project are establishing in private sector and government is only making up, giving policy and making a policy maker to give incentive to the all power plant to establish and give them all facilities to establish. Like in Sindh government, we are doing to all the land issues are mainly deal with the power plant, as the problem of the provincial government is that we are not executor, we are policy planner. We are trying. However, I will talk to start from the hydel. In the starting of the Pakistan, we were on hydel energy, and we tried to control and give electricity through hydel from 1960 to 1990. We were based on the hydel, like Tarbela, Mangla, hydel. After 1990, we shift our priorities from hydel to gas. And after 2000, we have shifted from gas to the other. But the problem is, after diminishing all this, depleting all these resources, we have discovered the third coal. Recently, And the best example is the joint venture with the Sindh Agro Energy Corporation that presently we are producing 1,000 megawatt through coal from and with the consent of the Agro, and it is in the pipeline under 330 will be added by December 2022 from block 20. From block 2 we are producing around 1320 by the end of 22. Another in block 1 we are also planning to 1320 from block 1, which is around June 2023. However, the role of alternative energy, we cannot ignore it. If we say in Sindh is blessed with the corridor of wind energy, and it is the expected, the capacity of Sindh renewable energy is 55,000 megawatt. And at present, 35 LOI issued with cumulative capacity of 2485 megawatt, 12 wind power project with cumulative capacity of 610 megawatt achieve financial close, 5 wind power project obtained tariff from NEPRA with cumulative capacity of 275 million, remaining 19 project with cumulative capacity of 16,900 megawatt is at different stage of development. These are the wind power that we are dealing. In the solar power project, total LOI issued are 25 and their cumulative capacity is 1550. 3 solar power project cumulative capacity of 150 megawatt achieve financial close and target to achieve COD by end of 2022. Remaining 22 project cumulative capacity of 1400 megawatt is at different stage of development. In hydro, we are also doing LOI issued 1 capacity of 15 megawatt. The 15 project is NEPRA for the tariff determination stage. Moreover, Energy Department has also launched World Bank Finance Sindh Solar Energy, in which there are 4 components to be focused. Component 1 is focused on 400 megawatt connected solar PV power project, first projected to be auction of 50 megawatt at Mandan Jamshoro and remaining 350 in Karachi West and Malil. Component 2 is under construction phase and based on distributed solar equal to 20 megawatt at urban rooftop of public building, mainly hospitals and public utility buildings. The component 3 has been recently launched, in which 200,000 solar home system will be offered in the 10 low energy access district of Sindh. The component 4 is focused on capacity building of the project and department. Proper implementation of ARE policy 2019 in true letter and spirit will result in smooth transition towards integration of large share of renewable energy. The target set in ARE policy 2019, 20% share till 2025, 30% share till 2030 will add almost 14,000 to 15,000 megawatt in the national grid. Government of Sindh support the local manufacturer, the solar panel establishment of testing lab and capacity building of the concerned institution and department. The future procurement of renewable energies, competitive bidding, CTBM are the new actors in the energy market. RE is distributed energy resources should be utilized in local vicinity. Government of Sindh is in process to develop 400 megawatt solar power park under World Bank funding. GUS already solarized 2 to 5 basic health facilities in 13 districts, and in future plan, solarization of water pumping, solarization of school, primary health facilities are on top priority of solarization. Government of Sindh actively pursuing for developing and utilizing of renewable energy resources which change the climate change. Government of Sindh also recently established Sindh Energy Efficiency Conservative Authority. Beside all this effort, recently we have given 4 LOI to waste to energy project in recently, and this is the new technology we are trying to introduce in Sindh, and around 200 megawatt will be produced by the waste of the Karachi only. When it will be successful and will be in a position, it will be gradually enhanced to Hyderabad, Sakkar and other cities. And similarly, the other issues like here I will have to discuss with the solar, but I must discuss the coal also, as we have a lot of abundant resource of coal, 175 billion in only. We can produce around, in my opinion, is 100,000 megawatt electricity through solar, depending on our capacity and our technology. We are targeting by 2025, we have to produce 2,500 megawatt through coal from the Thar, and similarly developing the 2 more grid station, or you can say the air mass in Sindh, like in Jamshoro and other source where we can produce wind and solar. So Sindh government is in a simultaneously doing in coal as well as solar and waste to electricity and energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us on the provincial projects. So in order to close the session, our last speaker is engineer Muhammad Abdul Jabbar. He is currently Vice President of FPCCI. He's also a board member of SDPI. Over to you, sir.
So I think salams to all. And let me just say in a few lines, FPCI is an apex body representing all the 250 licensed trade bodies by the government of Pakistan through Ministry of Commerce. Our trade bodies include all the chambers in Pakistan and all the association of trade and industry. Mr. Malik said some figure, let me tell you that we represent 80% of the private sector of Pakistan. Having said so, I was just wondering whether I should offload the influence of the producers, offload the influence of regulators, and offload the influence of others, and be focused on consumer economics, because that is my subject. And for the last 25 years, I'm in the trade politics. 20 years back, I was also vice president. Today, also all techno-economics related issues I'm looking after in FPCCI. Having said so, I'm also very lucky to have been associated with SDPI for over 2 decades when we started, you see, touching upon this energy economics. And I fairly remember that SDPI was always leading in publishing and reporting matters on the, you see, political economy of energy. Now, let me just say a few words. I was just reading few days back, or let's say within a month, that we should not generate electricity on import-based fuels, says engineer Khurram Dastgir, you see. Then Musaddiq Malik attributed that 50% of the oil is imported and 1/3 of the gas is imported. And then he questioned whether there can be any industrial competitiveness, or whether if we continue to do so, then probably the left out would be that we again ask IMF to help us. This is what I call, if it is a policy statement, let us think that how this policy statement is taken seriously by the ministry itself, let's say Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Petroleum, and by the regulators and by the government of Pakistan itself. Federal government means the cabinet and its all members. So now if we suppose that this is a policy statement, a new policy statement, which I heard even when there was a meeting with Prime Minister, I was there. So I heard and I wrote also. So I would just wonder whether we are only talking, or we really mean that these policy statement materially matters for an imposition of some guideline to structure some policy. Let me hypothecate that, okay, if it is so and such, then we are trying to create a restructuring of a policy. We had policies in 2013, 15, 2019, renewable, as I think PPIB Shahjahan also said that. But I would also think that I was very minutely and carefully taking interest in understanding the estimated desires in the policies and the output, thereby meaning the implementation. I'm sorry, to say that my own assertions and my own research would say that there was very little, there was a huge gap in talking, issuance of policies and implementation thereof, or any output to the advantage of consumer economics, you see. I'm talking in terms of consumer economics. We have a lot of reservations in Federation of Pakistan Chamber of Commerce over the non-implementation of the policies and over the conduct of regulators and over the conduct of Ministry of Energy, you see. In person, I also share the same views because I'm also heading that committee over there. And the way Naz talked about, the increase in tariffs and all that we have been discussing is for the last 2 months since it started with increasing 11 point some rupees for you and 8 point some rupees for discos. So we were just discussing that how would we be able to compete the wrath of cheaper imports and also bid the competition in overseas against the similar goods from other ASEAN countries. Having said so, let me say that I just saw Ms. Hina Aslam's presentation, very excellent for me. You see, I hope her dream and my dream comes true. But then the problem in that dream and my dream is that there is a big demand of the money, you see. Now, Shahjahan very simply said that we are thinking to go 60%. But if I can fairly recall, it is the job of 110 billion rupees, you see. Even at 30%, they just indicated 50 plus 20, 70 billion US dollars. From where and how these could be accomplished? I think that is why I say that even if we are gradually shifting towards giving space to the RE, let us think about that. I'm just hypothecating a model. Then how it could be done, whether any exercise has been made or would be made. Shahjahan just said that we are studying, we are thinking water table is down, 800 diesel tube wells, 300 solar tube wells. You see, all these things are, I think, more on the words and more on the wishes than anything which is promising, you see. I'm sorry, but I'm talking from the consumer economics. I must represent them and I'm representing them, you see. Now about efficiency. Hello? Okay, right. So I got a chat from my brothers, he's my brother engineer. So the chat is 5 minutes. So let me do some justice. Now in the transitional outlook, I just saw efficiency. In Pakistan, are we concerned with efficiencies? No. I'm thinking you are over here, you are donor. Please listen to me carefully. We have been talking for the last 5 years that please close the power stations which have lived their life. Don't extend them. Should I take the name? Never mind. Gul Ahmad Tapal bin Qasib, one of K Electric, producing electricity before this rise of 11.8, 27.50 pesos. Can you imagine? Should we have power plants of such a inefficiency? In Pakistan, there are 11 powerhouses which are running at below 30% efficiency. Should we continue with them? We must close. This is called the efficiency. Elimination by lower efficiency is the only answer, I would say, over here. K Electric has a lot of other, options. Kanoop is coming, nuclear power plants are coming. Hapco 1200 is ready, efficient. Lucky Cement is coming, 660. We say we do not really, our regulators. I'm sorry to say that, I think you are since a donor, you must also carefully listen to the, it's not my only assertion, it's the assertion of private sector of Pakistan. NEPRA and OGRA, we personally believe they are more inclined towards the producers than for the consumer economics. They hardly listen to the consumer economics because the consumers are very weak. The way the presentation is made, which are fueled by the money, the consumers do not respond that way. I have been going to a NEPRA hearing so many times. NEPRA and OGRA should be clubbed. Presently, NEPRA is represented by the provincial representatives, not by the provincial, by the professional representatives. It has to be totally revamped and reclubed. I tell you, without this, it is not possible to think that we will give a space to the RE to emerge. RE must come gradually, but out of the technical and cost economics consideration of the whole entire scenario of energy in Pakistan. Now, let me tell you one thing, capacity charges. I was the one who fought for many years that they must renegotiate with IPPs because NTDC and other sectors cannot control the economic merit orders. There is a lot of corruption also, I tell you. I'm sorry to say that. These corrupt methods tend to give way to the operation of inefficient power plants. Which plant needs annual planning? It must stop, but it is shown on the capacity charges. How come you can run this country like that? Now, CPPA up to March claims that 2,400 and some billion rupees are capacity charges. And also CPPA report says that it will be 4 trillion by 2025. Think about it, how this sector can survive. We are talking about alternate energy. I really love alternate energy because I really would like to see the mitigation of climatic, effects. You are working for that. You have given grants, you see. The grant comes from your taxpayers' money. You are also responsible to ensure that there is a proper surveillance and monitoring on the money of your taxpayers. Please go into these grids of complaints which are genuine. Otherwise, I think we will just live with all inefficient system to continue with. I tell you one thing last only, because I think Ahad is just looking at me, my younger brother engineer, that I have to finish, you see, because of the time constraint. This electricity would never go so much up if we stop running our inefficient, high cost manufacturing power plants. You see, the variant from 60% to 27%. Can you imagine? Should we allow 27% to work? No. Matiari line, Chinese came over here under CPEC. I'm sorry to say that. Now the Chinese are also demanding back money and they also don't want to negotiate. They say, okay, you can negotiate with other IPPs, not with Chinese. They are our friends, more than Himalaya, 7 seas, sweeter than honey. They don't want to negotiate. You see, is it the way? Let me also be very candid to tell you one thing. I'm thinking this is not classified information. I was looking at the power plant in the Sahiwal. I was chairman of Pakistan Steel Mills. They asked me to give 157 acres land for Chinese power plant in the Sahiwal. And I said, look, why put a coal-fired power plant in Sahiwal? Bring the coal from South Africa and run it up to the Sahiwal. What a foolishness. I said, I am a power system engineer. I think I must surrender my degree now. I should not have this degree anymore. You are running a power plant. Now this coal, 450 to 55. You see, logistics are even higher than sometimes per ton of the coal. Can we have such cost of economics? Please, you are donor. Save the money of your taxpayers and think about that. And if you want more information, I can provide you, I can give you. I can talk at least 3 hours comfortably on these issues, that how Pakistan's power sector can be improved. But I think I must also respect the organizers who just gave me a chit, and let me respect her. So let me also. So thank you very much for encouraging me. This encouragement means that I'm going somewhere else now in one emergent meeting to talk on power issues of Pakistan. So I think this encouragement will help me to talk more over there at 2:30. Thank you very much. I'm really grateful to you. So lastly, I think on behalf of SDPI, I'm really proud to be associated with them, member of the Board of Governors, to thank you very much to all of you. And also it really gives me a very pleasant surprise that everybody was attentive, everybody was listening, and everybody responding. And by clapping, I really agree that you have responded well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we are done with the inaugural session. I think lunch is served on my right side, and we will resume with the panel discussions at 2 p.m. Thank you. To kindly settle down for the next session, which is regarding the unlocking the potential, scaling up renewable energy through coordinated public and private actions. For this, I would request Ms. Hira Wajahat to please come on stage. She will be moderating the session and taking the proceedings forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahad. Thank you, everyone, for having me here. I know this is a difficult session right after lunch, the most difficult one of the day. But I'd request everybody to, if we can get back, we're already a little late, but we can try and get back on time. So thank you for joining us today at the first annual State of the Renewable Energy Conference. Before I invite my panel up on the stage, this panel is talking about unlocking potential, scaling up renewable energy through coordinated public and private sector actions. I would like to request my esteemed speakers to please join me on the stage. The chair for this session is Dr. Sardar Moazzam, who is currently serving as the Director of National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Authority. He holds PhD in public policy and specialized in the area of energy and environmental policy. Along with other organizations, he has worked with ADB as energy expert for the economic corridor development. Dr. Sardar Moazzam, could I please request you to join me on the stage? I'm pleased to share that we have been honored in being joined by Mr. Irfan Ahmed, who is currently working as the independent director of Hyderabad Electric Supply Company and is an advisor of Energy Update on renewable energy. We also have Professor Dr. Brigadier Naseem Akhtar Khan with us today, who is the Vice Chancellor of Pakistan University and Executive Director at Pakistan Academy of Engineering, Director, International Council of Engineering and Technological Sciences. He is the former director at Hamdard University, Nazir Hussain University, Metropolitan University, and Dean at NUST Islamabad. He's also worked as former secretary of AEDB and as chairman of National Commission for Alternative Energy. Following Dr. Saab, we have Mujtaba Khan, who is currently working as the CEO of Rion Energy and is also the former CEO of Dawood Lawrencepoor Limited. He has 12 years of strategy, consulting, and business development experience working with startups, as well as with FTSE 100 companies. Next, we have Mr. Umar Malik, who is the co-founder and director of Shams Power, a solar energy investment company, also serving on leading positions of Yieldworks and Pitco. We also have Mr. Noman Zafar joining us, who is currently working as the technical manager at Gul Ahmed Power Limited and Metro Power Limited. And my apologies, I missed out Mr. Shahab Qadir, who is currently working as the Chief Executive Officer at Engro Powergen Qadirpur Limited. Shahab has had more than 2 decades of rich industry experience in chemical process and power utility industry. And last but not least, we have also Mr. Stefan Sanger, who's currently working as Secretary General, World Wind Energy Association. It's perfectly fine. I think I'll just manage. No, thank you. He is the Secretary General of World Wind Energy Association and also the Executive Committee member of Global 100 Renewable Energy Platform. So we have a very interesting and exciting panel over here. Before I hand over the floor to them, if I could have Mr. Amar Kasim from Renewable Energy, who is a research analyst, and he will be giving us a technical presentation for this panel. Why is he supposed to be here or be there?
I will be giving a very brief presentation on how to make renewable energy development more inclusive. And hopefully by the end of this presentation, you will have a bit more idea of on what I mean by inclusive. First of all, I will briefly touch upon auctions because that is the primary mode of procurement of renewable energy in the coming years. After that, I will talk about some of the national policy objectives which are supposed to shape our discourse and our development and our planning of these renewable energy procurement. And then I will talk about some global practices with regards to auctions. And then we will look at South Africa and how they have implemented these auctions. And then finally, I will leave you with a few pointers on the way forward. So first of all, the ARE policy 2019 has stated that the primary mode of procurement will now be competitive bidding, which I refer to as auctions. And the target set initially in the policy was of 30% wind and solar. Subsequently, the government, more like the institutions, realized that they could achieve the target instead of getting the solar and wind. They could simply change the definition of what renewables are, and within seconds, overnight, the target was achieved, which was very interesting. It's like making a to-do list in which you write down some things and you realize you can just cut them off right away. And that's a very good way to feel good about yourself. Nevertheless, the target was then revised to 60% renewables. But when the Igcep came out, the actual planning, which decided how much renewables will be procured in the next around 8 years, it was limited to around 20%. And this is sort of the plan of this procurement in which 1,000 megawatts of solar are planned to be procured every year, and then 1,000 megawatts of wind for 3 years. It's a very good plan. Unfortunately, it's been 3 years. Nothing has been done on it so far. Another thing to note here would be that tariffs have seen a drastic reduction in Pakistan. So in the last 10 years, we have seen almost 70% reduction. It's 78% here, but the lowest tariffs were not awarded by NEPRA, but nevertheless, we have almost a 70% reduction. So what are auctions? The competitive bidding process that is supposed to happen, but is getting delayed. They're competitive, they're transparent, and they're efficient. That's why people opt for auctions. And if you get them right, you can have cost reduction, you can have true price discovery in the market, and you can also have targeted growth of certain sectors. There are some risks in which you might get concentration of projects. One developer gets too many projects and the market isn't able to grow properly. You also have some high administration costs. But the key thing here about auctions is that they're very flexible. There's a huge space for shaping them according to whatever purpose you want to use them for. And this is where you need some insight from the policy developers, the direction in which you want the auctions to go in. So this is why I bring up the national policy, electricity policy objectives of Pakistan. You can do the auctions, you can get the renewable energy, but what is it that you actually want to achieve? So if you ask NEPRA or if you ask Igcep, they will say we want to get least cost procurement. And that's fine. Among all the pillars that we have, least cost procurement is certainly right up there. But what is not talked about is that there are many other pillars also, which the policy makers did envision that they are the energy sector, while during its planning is supposed to take care of them. And first of all, there's society and environment, and there's social equity, and there's economic advancement, fine. But even within the power market, there are goals of enabling the private sector investment. There's also a very important goal of market development. There's also a goal of local manufacturing. These are all things the policy makers put in there, but they do not receive the attention they're supposed to. Globally, I will only point out 3 examples of where people have tried to, countries with their own national policy objectives, they have incorporated these things. So one thing we see is trying to get the procurement more inclusive. In countries like Spain, Argentina, Germany, we see different types of project limits being put on the projects. So in order to spread the benefits, the awards to more developers instead of just one or two. And this is one way countries do it. Even in Pakistan, the World Bank report that came out recommended the substation-based auctions as a very important part of the auctions. And doing this does not mean that cost does not go down. As you can see from the statistics, in Latin America, cost still goes down, but you can also address these other pillars of policy. Then the second thing we see globally from countries who have long experiences with auctions is that they set up dedicated entities which streamline the process. Right now in Pakistan, if you go to the developers, they feel like there are so many barriers that they don't even want to enter. And if you have some developers who do want to enter, they're usually large developers with a lot of connections, but the market isn't open to all. So streamlining the process, when we see globally, Morocco, Argentina, that's something they took very seriously. And in case of India, there was a lot of work at the state level. By state, I mean the equivalent of province, where almost 50% of the 30 gigawatt they procured was procured at the province level. In Pakistan, there's no focus on province level procurement. Then the third thing we see globally is that local content, how do you ensure that the auctions or the procurement you're going to do, how do they help the local market, the local industry, the local players who are there? And we have many places, many cases, Denmark, India, Brazil. In India, it's an interesting case. They put a 50% content requirement, and US launched a complaint against them through the World Trade Organization. And local contents do not mean you have to put stringent requirements in place, but what you can do is you can incentivize local production through loan programs. Foreign loans, for example, at this stage are not very appealing for the developers. You can give them local loans, but you can incentivize them that if they use the local loans, they have to put certain market of renewable energy and helps it grow. So without taking too much time, this is just the final case of South Africa, where in the last 10 years, 6.4 gigawatts of renewable energy were procured. And in this, the program mandated that 30% of shares must be by Black South Africans. And you can see 34% were actually held by the Black South Africans. At least 40% construction content was supposed to be local. There was also a distribution across all 9 provinces of South Africa, which is also a very important aspect of development in Pakistan. There was a total investment of $13.7 billion, and 80% of this investment is local. And this is very important because local investment tends to be invested further locally, and that helps the economy, which is a part of the national electricity policy objectives. And then there was also a requirement of local, I think there was 5% for women, Black women in South Africa, and so on. And despite all these provisions, the price still goes down. The price still goes down, and most of these projects were realized. They're connected to the national grid. And the last thing, which is very important, as you can see in these 7 rounds, in these 7 rounds of auctions, there is a consistent addition to the national electricity mix. What this does is, when you have consistent additions to the electricity mix, it sends out reliable market signals to the investors. And if you don't have that, the investor is not going to feel confident, and he's not going to be able to participate. What happens in Pakistan is we have the plan in place, but once again, the government and the institutions are thinking, fine, we have the plan, Igcep, according to Igcep, we can procure 1,000 megawatts of solar over the next 8 years. But then again, you go to Qatar, you go to China, you go to other governments, and you decide to get all of them somehow 2 gigawatts, 3 gigawatts, as Mr. Shahjahan mentioned, you try to get all of it at once. That's fine. You can get your targets. You can get where you want to go in terms of renewable energy, but that is going to impede the growth of your market. And that is the important point I want to leave you with. Finally, things which we really need to focus on in the RE sector is we need to have an inclusive development. We need to avoid dominance and concentration of a few players. We need to disperse the benefits. We have to prevent the barriers or at least minimize them for all the players. We have to send out reliable market signals, and we have to streamline the process so the ordinary developer is not afraid to reach out to these institutions in order to get their project approved. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amar, for your presentation and setting the tone for this very important discussion that we're having, making the case for why partnerships are important, why we need an integrated approach. And we have some very critical private sector as well as public sector players who will be expressing their views and talking us through what are the challenges, what needs to be done. Before moving further, I'd like to request Professor Dr. Brigadier Naseem Akhtar Khan Sahab to make his presentation. That's fine.
Instead of participating verbally, मैंने कहा थोड़ा सा एक very quickly, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. ये हमने देख लिया अब already. Solar is the cheapest. जो मैं जिसमें बात करना चाह रहा था, वो ये है ग्राफ. हमने क्या किया सोलर को किल करने के लिए उसकी कॉस्ट कम से कम करते चले गए. बाकी थर्मल पावर को जो मर्जी कॉस्ट दे दें, you can't have drastic change like that. अब वे फॉरवर्ड के लिए, despite of this, वे फॉरवर्ड के लिए कौन सी मोस्ट सुटेबल जगह है? बिकॉज ये जो सेशन है, इट्स फॉर वे फॉरवर्ड, अपस्केलिंग एंड पब्लिक प्राइवेट सेक्टर पार्टनरशिप, ये वाला पोर्शन था. तो कौन सी जगह है पाकिस्तान के अंदर जहां इमीडिएटली आप सोलर को लगा सकते हैं एट मिनिमम पॉसिबल कॉस्ट विदाउट वेस्टिंग टाइम? वो कौन सी जगह है? Let's see this. This Gudu thermal power plant, 1655 megawatt, 2017 में 18% इस्तेमाल हुआ, 2020 में 19% इस्तेमाल हुआ कैपेसिटी के हिसाब से. We already have the grid, we already have the space in that area. If you go, ये पूरी space मौजूद है वहां पे. यहाँ पे आप immediately PV लगाएं. We keep the 17% or 18% of thermal. The rest all should be wind energy, solar energy, sorry, in this case, solar energy, and should be fed. There's no requirement of grid. Evacuation is guaranteed. Everything is available there. The grid is available there. So you reduce the cost of grid. You reduce cost of the transmission because the load is available. So immediate requirement is right there. वहाँ पे भी पैनल लगा दें. इसके बाद आप कोठरी पे चले जाए 174 मेगावाट. वो 25%, 33% दिखाते हैं, लेकिन 2020 में 0% इस्तेमाल हुआ. It was never used. So use that 174 megawatt immediately. Evacuation is available. The space is available there. लाखड़ा में 150 megawatt है. Only 50 megawatt report किया जाता है. 100 megawatt कभी इस्तेमाल ही नहीं हुआ. आप immediately लाखड़ा में 100 megawatt लगाएं. Base load के हिसाब से आप coal को इस्तेमाल करते रहे. बाकी सारा solar inject करें उसी area में. Cost will come down, and that grid and every transmission line, everything will be utilized at the same place. ये पूरी जगह मौजूद है. Immediately you can go. ये जामशोरों में भी जगह मौजूद है. इसी तरह बिल्कुल बैरन जगह है. वहां पे जितनी बड़ी जगह चाहे प्लेन 200 मेगावाट लगाना चाहे 300 मेगावाट 400 मेगावाट लगा सकते हैं. कराची न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट 125 मेगावाट इज नो मोर इन यूज. ये जगह मौजूद है वहां पे. आप वहां पे 100 मेगावाट लगा सकते हैं. इमीडिएटली इवैक्यूएशन. आई एम ट्राइंग टू वर्क विद सम इन्वेस्टर्स टू कम इनटू दिस एरिया कि यहाँ पे फॉरेन पावर लगाएं, केई को बेचें, बिकॉज इसे ऑलरेडी केई वाज सेलिंग एंड केई का ग्रिड रखना भी है यहाँ पे. इस तरह अगर हमारे पास जर्मनी के अंदर अगर एयरपोर्ट पे बिल्कुल ऐसे लाइट हो सकती है, तो व्हाई कांट वी हैव आवर एयरपोर्ट्स लाइक कराची एयरपोर्ट ऑल विद पीवी राइट इन द सेंटर. ये सारे एयर स्ट्रिप है यहाँ पे कुरंगी में, मौरीपुर में. All we can convert into solar immediately in city center. We have spaces available for promoting solar. मेरे हिसाब से this is what is the certain ideas and examples for scaling up renewable. on very short-term basis through public and private sector action, because all these are public sector organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks and introduction. I'd like to hand over or request Mr. Stefan to join us and make his give us his remarks. And Stefan will be joining us online via Zoom.
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much for inviting me to speak with you. It's my great pleasure to see also many friends, and yeah, it's great that I can be with you in this way. Virtual shake hand with all of you, and let me also express my feelings. I mean, what we hear from your country, the terrible flood that obviously is still ongoing. My thoughts are with you and your colleagues, and I'm glad to see many of you obviously being safe. So yes, we also, of course, are watching the problems that you have, and we hope that you can manage and overcome, and that there is also enough international support for the people in your country in this obviously very, very challenging situation. Yeah, let me come to the main point now of this meeting, which I think is really crucial at this point of time. We're living now in a different world than, let's say, 1 year ago. It's very obvious that the energy landscape is not only changed by climate change, but the war in Ukraine really has changed the energy markets around the world. And I don't need to tell you, we are now in the situation with skyrocketing energy prices, with scarcity, which I know that your country suffers a lot as well. The supply of fossil energy. We have in Europe now, at some point of time, spot market prices for electricity of maybe 100 cents or €1 per kilowatt hour or more. In France, where nuclear power doesn't deliver at the moment, more than half of the nuclear power plants are not providing electricity. It's sometimes even 300 cents per kilowatt hour or even more. That really changes the game. Renewables, we don't need to anymore explain that we are cheap. We have the cheapest, we are the cheapest options, that we are reliable, that renewable wind, sun, etc. I mean, nobody can block the pipeline that is necessary to supply that. So we're really in a really totally different market situation as of now. Obviously, what you can provide, wind, solar, 5 cents, certainly less than 10 cents, is far below the market price that we see at this point of time in many parts around the world, where you have a kind of free market, where you have regulated markets. Of course, governments are under pressure now because subsidizing energy to the level that is necessary and the people can cope with, businesses and people, is a challenge as well. So still we see that many governments are still focusing a lot now on just substituting fossil gas from one source and go try to get it from another country. I think that, again, Pakistan is suffering from this because the LNG that you were expecting to get is now maybe shipped to other countries, which maybe they can get more money for them. So the question is, what does the market keep now back? The market for wind, solar, etc. It cannot be the price anymore, that is for sure. Everybody who has a wind farm now, who owns solar, etc., must be very happy. In some countries, people are really now generating a lot of profit, which they can reinvest. What we really need to now understand is what keeps investment back at this point of time, and how can we remove these barriers? I think that is now really the key. Price is not anymore the problem. This is now absolutely clear for everybody. Of course, what we see on the one hand is that supply chains are interrupted, that some, let's say, China, for example, the pandemic situation still has an impact on that as well. We see also price increases due to gas is used in some industrial processes for that purpose. We see, of course, there are still administrative barriers. We published last year a wind farm planning and permitting process, where we see that in some countries, permitting processes for a wind farm takes 5 or even 10 years. Pakistan was not so bad on that side, but it's in many countries, it just takes too long. And we need to do this now. We see, of course, that grid is a major challenge where governments really also have to do their homework. And I want to emphasize that it's not only and not necessarily the big, large transmission networks, high voltage. It's in many cases, it's distribution grids which need to be adjusted so that they can cope with the different load structure, etc. So there is a lot that government side needs to do on the administrative side, on the grid extension side, etc. What really at the moment is kind of creating problems is increase, maybe artificially, the risk for investment in renewable energy. We have already still a very volatile market structure, as I said, with supply problems in some cases. So industries need to build new factories, for example, for wind turbines, and that will happen in the future. For example, for solar PV, Europe is thinking about having more solar PV manufacturing in Europe, importing less, for example, from China. What I want to also mention in this context is I cannot share the enthusiasm that we heard from the first speaker about the impact of auctions, because first of all, at the moment, it's very obvious that we have not primarily at the moment a focus on reducing so much more the cost of renewables. We are cheapest. But when you look around the auctions, they really have created problems in many markets. That, for example, my home country in Germany, the prices didn't decrease. So the question of efficiency was promised that the prices would go down, but the wind farm investors, they got, after introducing the auctions, more per kilowatt hour than before. That's still the case after 5 years of auctions, with a collapse of the market. Instead of 5 gigawatt, 1 gigawatt of installations per year. You see similar situation problems in India, where the diversity of investors kind of crashed. There's not anymore the small, medium-sized enterprises, but it's just a handful of, sometimes I think only less than 5 companies bidding in that. That's something that we cannot just say everything goes well and this is the instrument that works well. We have in Brazil, for example, the situation that the prices in the auction systems are so low that power purchase agreements play a more important role. And I think that is also something where governments should have a look at the direct consumption and direct kind of connection between those who produce and those who consume. We see this on the smaller level, where it would work in many countries just to allow self-consumption with any additional artificial barriers, make life easier for new renewable generation capacities, remove barriers, remove also taxes, and that there's a need. So some countries have these wheeling banking systems which work very well for solar PV, for example. Just simplify, and I think it's really now at this point of time, we need to be able to add as much renewable capacity as possible. And I've been watching now the situation with introduction of auctions in Pakistan for a couple of years. I see the problems with that. I know that the previous model was working very well. I think there should be also some consideration given to the power purchase agreement and the self-consumption and the consumer models, whether that would be something that would also allow to really reach that level of investment that we need. It's not anymore about climate change. There's a lot about climate change. I don't need to tell you because you're more affected. We had, not far from where I'm living, a flood last year with 30,000 people affected. And this is what you're facing is now, of course, dimensions much, much worse. Climate change is a main driver, but we're talking about now really our whole economies are on risk of being damaged with the energy prices, which are exploding. And it's only with renewables that can encounter this. And that is where governments need to be aware, reduce administrative barriers, reduce the risk for investors, make life easier. That is my main challenge, my main message to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan, for sharing your thoughts. I'd now like to request Mr. Mushtaba Khan to share his remarks, please. Sorry.
Thank you very much. So I think a lot of ground has already been covered in the presentation. I think it was a very comprehensive presentation and by the other panelists. I would like to start with what we believe should be the overarching objective from overall scenario in energy. I think what Ukraine crisis and the Russia war has taught us is that top of the agenda should be energy security. I think we should always be focused on making sure that more and more of our energy demand is met by indigenous content. And of course, try and maximize renewable as part of that, because with renewables automatically, the imported fuel issues resolved. Now, I think taking that theme forward, if you reflect on the evolution of this industry in Pakistan, when we started, I mean, I've been in this industry for like 8 years now. That's probably, so we've got one of the earliest enterprises in this space. We were reliant 100% on foreign technology, foreign engineering resources. Since then, we've been able to indigenize 50% of the content that goes into renewable plants, especially solar plants, from cables to structures to engineering to other equipment. 50% indigenization has been achieved already by this industry over the last 7-8 years. I believe with consistent policies and predictability in terms of demand, the industry will be able to achieve remainder 50% indigenization. I'm very confident we can do that over the next 5 to 10 years. But I think the number one theme there is sustainable policies and being able to predict what the demand will be in the country. A large part of that is how much renewable will be connected on the grid. So I feel in terms of how government and private sector can work together, the government by setting policies and being consistent about those policies and setting a roadmap in terms of renewable demand, generating sufficient renewable demand in the country, I think that will be a big enabler for scaling renewable in the system further. Fundamentally, I feel that we've always pointed out the biggest problem in Pakistani energy system, where you see the biggest symptom as circular debt reaching trillions of rupees, is the single buyer, single seller problem. The fact that the government historically has bought all the power, and we know that when the government buys that power, it hasn't necessarily followed the most competitive process in terms of procurement. And then government as a single seller, except for Electric in the Karachi zone, government is the single biggest seller of power in the market. They lose roughly 30% of their power in the system. So when you buy expensive power and lose 30% of that in the system, that system could never be sustainable. So I think fundamentally the single buyer, single seller system has to be disrupted. So I think what Stefan pointed out as direct business to business, business to consumer, exchange and trade has to take hold. And that's why wheeling and CTBCM are fundamental to solving what we believe is the root cause of a lot of our problems. And I'll go further into detail. Distribution and transmission was highlighted by Stefan. And I can tell you now, being in the industry and every day facing issues related to government-owned entities, right now the biggest bottleneck is distribution companies. For example, I'll give you an example. Net metering, how much net metering has been done? A lot, but a lot more could have been done. I can quote an example of a simple organization, SOS Village in Lahore, which has been waiting for a 30 kilowatt net metering connection for 1 year, for over a year. You can imagine if you extrapolate that across all of the renewable power which has been installed on a distributed basis, how much free energy is being wasted in the system because of this distribution transmission bottleneck. So if we don't solve these bottlenecks, fundamentally we'll fail because of the weakest link in the chain, which is distribution transmission system. The other element of the distribution transmission problem is the fact that despite at certain stages having excess power in the system, the industry continues to rely heavily on captive power. 50% of our industry, which is well-paying customers, reliable customers, do not trust the grid. And it's not that the grid power is not cheap now. Because of the recent inflation and changes in price of commodities, grid power is now competitive. Then why is the industry continuing to use captive power? Primarily because the grid power is not reliable. Irrespective of how much renewable power you keep putting into that system, the industry will not be able to consume it because your grid is not reliable. So fundamentally, it brings us to that same point. We have to resolve the single buyer, single seller problem. We have to resolve for the bottleneck, the weakest link in the chain, which continues to be distribution transmission. If we don't do that, I believe that we will fail to scale any source, let alone renewable, which is intermittent, requires a lot more stability in the grid system, because that power will not be usable at the other end. And the industry, as a result, will continue to defect from the grid, exacerbating the problem further, causing stranded assets and a lot of captive, capacity payments that will not yield returns for us. So I believe those are fundamental things that the government should focus on solving, rather than becoming a participant in the market and putting up more and more power or giving more guarantees and setting up more IPPs and giving sovereign guarantees. I think the fundamental issue has to be resolved. We've spoken about consistency of policies, predictability of demand. I believe that capital is going to be a big issue. I know that the current government has a big ambition to add 9,000 megawatt of solar power in the system. Roughly in today's terms, that equates to $4.5 billion of investment into that system. Where would that money come from? Right now, we don't have access to foreign investment. So I think we need a lot of work on attracting investment, creating the right vehicles, which give surety, as Stefan pointed out, giving security and surety to foreign investors, institutions to come into this market, and only the government can offer that sort of security at this point. I believe that to further enhance indigenous content, we have to support R&D, local research and development. The government should think about creating policies which favor research and development and indigenization, indigenous content, I think, as was pointed out by the presenter. Last but not the least, I think when you look at the Pakistani power system, you can easily split it between grid and off-grid. 30% of the consumers roughly are off-grid right now. As I said, 50% of the industry is off-grid. If we keep talking about what we put into the grid, we will not solve for the other 50%, which continues to be unserved in this market. And I've seen that in the policies that have been created over the last 5-6 years, the governments, successive governments have left this subject, unaddressed. And I think the line I noticed from the current alternative energy policy is that we leave it to market forces to solve for or provide a solution to those off-grid consumers. I'm afraid to say that over the last 80 years, the private sector hasn't stepped forward. There's a reason why that hasn't happened. So if we are to achieve our sustainable development goals, this is the area that the government should step in. The government's role is to create policies and incentives, and then let the private sector come in. And I agree with the presenter that the local investment in this case is a lot more important. There's a lot of capital available on corporate balance sheets that should be deployed to solve some of the fundamental issues, areas which are unaddressed. The policy and incentives should address that, and we should create policies that incentivize people to go into those unaddressed areas, into off-grid areas, and provide energy equity to the whole nation. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mustafa. I think some very valid points from the private sector perspective, and I'd like to further the floor to Mr. Omar Malik to share his thoughts.
Mustafa वैसे कुछ बचा तो है नहीं. I think Mustafa's pretty much covered everything. So the business that my company focuses on is providing power to private companies. And what we see over there is that the government has been an enabler, so it's not all bad. The government has come up with a policy which allows you to sell power to private companies. As a distributed generator, you can sell to PPCs. There is a positive aspect that the state bank provides you capital, concessional debt to set up these projects under category 3. So from that perspective, it's not been all missing. The government has come a long way since when we started doing this. But just to give some perspective to this, last year, takriban 2700 megawatt, 2700 megawatts of solar was imported. Some of it came into commercial, industrial, but a lot of it went into residential, agriculture, SMEs, and others. In 2019, this number was only 500 megawatts. So if in the last, in 2021, I don't think there's been any utility scale project that's come up other than Zephyr probably, which was one plant jo 21, 22 time frame mein laga. Zephyr hi hai na, jo Atlas ne lagaya hai. Zenfa. Other than that 50 megawatt, all of this is privately procured. So there is a lot of momentum in the private sector, and this was before tariffs hit what they hit this year. So this year, had they not blocked imports, you would have seen 5,000 megawatts being imported. This is with private sector taking their own initiatives. Where I think the government can play a helping role is accelerating wheeling, accelerating their decision-making on CTBCM, whatever that decision is. If the decision is not to do it, they should make it clear. If the decision is to do it, just the framework for doing that, which now wheeling has been put in CTBCM, so that has added clarity. Once there is clarity, industry and private players can decide how do we address this. Just to give you some perspective, you could look at a client that has a demand of 10 megawatts round the clock. So that's about 240 megawatt hours. You could only give them 1 or 2 megawatts of solar at their site. To provide them with power, clean power, 24 hours, you need to go off-site, and that can only happen through wheeling, through CTBCM. Irrespective of whether that is solar or that is done through biomass or wind or whichever technology, we have to move off-site. We have to have the possibility of using the grid infrastructure to be able to provide clients with the ability to meet their international goals. So companies like Unilever or P&G or Nestle have international goals, internationally documented goals to meet. And if they don't meet those goals in Pakistan, maybe investment is taken into other geographies where those goals are being met. Lastly, I would like to also point out that there are other sectors where the government is, bleeding subsidies, like the textile sector. They give them cheap gas, concessional gas, because they are not able to become competitive. Maybe some of those subsidies can be equated towards providing them with off-site solar electricity through wheeling, and part of the cost gets offset in that way. In terms of just what available instruments are there that can help us accelerate this, there is already a very good concessional debt facility in Pakistan, which is available for renewable energy. A continuation of that, which we've seen is going on till 2024, but there isn't clarity when limits will become available. So if the state bank and the government makes that very clear, I think you'll see some acceleration. Over the last 4 months, solar has been completely dead in terms of new projects. There's been zero acceleration of any projects that are in the pipeline. So some clarity on that, I think, would be enormously beneficial. I think that's pretty much it. If there's any question, I'd be happy to answer that.
Thank you. I think we'll move on to the comments from Mr. Numan Zafar now.
Thank you very much. As most of the discussion has covered all the topics, so I don't think much has been left for me. But I would like to highlight some of the points because my background is from the wind power plant, and I have been involved actually from the development stage to the its final operations. So I would like to share my experiences about what are the problems actually, what the wind energy is, especially the wind energy is facing in Pakistan. If we look at the history, the history of the wind is not very old, but despite the government has given this 30% target of the renewables till 2030, I think it is a far cry, because we don't see the development at the same rate. We have, I think, passing now through a stall in development as the competitive bidding is no more there, and we have not heard lately anything about it. And the problems that the IPPs, especially the renewables, are facing, we don't find any solution at the moment. Like, for example, I would quote that when our wind power plants in 2015 were set up, the major problem that we faced was the instability of the grid. And that caused a lot of curtailment. And those curtailments then resulted into the NPMVs, that is the non-project missed volumes, which actually both the parties, the seller also and the buyer also, both had to suffer a loss because the seller doesn't get the amount actually that it should have got because of the wind that was blowing at that time. And the buyer actually has to pay for something which it has not bought. So still, I think we don't have any permanent solution to those problems. And there is no policy guideline to how to improvise upon the performance and efficiency of these systems. So I would, in my view, we can actually, if we focus on these issues, some headways can be made. Like, for example, if we look at on the wind side, we can improve the efficiency of the grid by having battery storage because we have also a problem that the government institutions like NTDC, they are not very much in favor of the renewables because they say that it is not a stable source of energy and they face a lot of instability in the grid because of that. So if this battery system, the energy storage system is incorporated in the grids, this problem will be solved. And at the same time, the curtailment issue will also be resolved. And in my view, both the seller and the buyer will get benefit out of it. And this development can be done through the private partnership, also private-public partnership, because there is a lot of space, I suppose, is available with the grids, which is lying vacant. And that can be utilized for the establishment of these battery banks. Then we have this problem of the O&M. The O&M is right now, the O&M of the wind power plants is being done mostly by the foreign companies, the OEMs. That technology is still not been acquired by the local companies, and no policy is there. Actually, we don't have a policy from the government that this O&M technology has to be transferred to the local companies by such and such date, and no actually work has been done so far in this direction. So in my view, this needs to be encouraged because at the moment, the problem that we are facing is economic, and we want the renewable energy at a lower cost, which can be done only when we don't have to pay to the foreign companies. And that comes with the local industry involving itself very aggressively in this field. So these are a few of my suggestions, which I think which can actually help. Then we have this already the decentralization of the grid, because all the renewables which are being set, they are at scattered places. We can't set up places like in the thermal or in the coal near the main lines or the main stations. These are actually scattered. Like, for example, if we look at the solar, most of the place where the radiation is available is in Balochistan, and the grid development of grid over there is a huge task. Similarly, if we look at in the Sindh area, in Jampir area, we already have developed grid, but for the wind power plants, but that grid is only 40 to 50% lying vacant, because the wind is does not use that grid 100% to its 100% capacity. And the same grid can be used for evacuating the solar plants. If the solar plants are co-located with the wind, I think that is the best optimization of already the investment that has been done in this field. So these are some of the practical things that I think we must look at, and that would help us in achieving our goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Can I request Shahab Qadir Sahab to please share his input?
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, thank you, Unilever, for hosting this seminar. And I was really surprised that FMCG is hosting an energy seminar. We have different philosophies. In energy, is an infrastructure business. We say, build it, they will come. Don't think about customer. And in FMCG, they say follow the customer. Different thing. And still they are hosting the seminar. So they are feeling the pinch of whatever happening in the energy sector. So they have interest in the energy sector. Since they have an interest in the sector, so we should learn from them, follow the customer. And if we follow the customer, in the last 10 years, earlier they were buying off-grid equipment, engines, RFA engines, gas engines. But in the last 3 years, what they are doing, they're buying solar panels, 2,700 megawatt you mentioned. So they are making a choice that solar and renewable is cheaper than other options. So what we should do as a supplier, change our mindset as well, follow the customer. So in my view, there is an opportunity to upscale this concept. And I would say I'm hopeful because you will see there is a pattern in regulations towards this. All is not lost in Pakistan. If you see, we were the first nation among the Asian countries to go for this reform agenda back in 1997. We lost track, but we were the first one. We made NEPRA, we made unbundling. And in NEPRA, again, the legislature said, we are going for the reforms. In 2018, they have gone one step ahead. They have removed all the exclusivities. They have made the level playing field for the new players to enter. So you can see the thought process of the legislature across the aisle, that they are saying competition is the way forward. ARE policy, which is recent product of the legislature and the executive, opens the door for bilateral contracts. It offers the same concession to the bilateral contracts. So we can see that legislatures and policy makers knowingly or unknowingly following a path. Customer is giving you a hint what could be a solution. And what's good about renewables that you don't need many licenses for generation of power. For example, if you have to generate on gas, you need an allocation for the gas. But for solar, you don't need an allocation, you just need a space. But what they are doing, they are not doing it in the most efficient manner because they are using their rooftop, they are using their capital, which they could have deployed in their business for a power generation solution. So here's the opportunity for an energy developer like Angro that they can go further away from the site, put up a big facility and sell directly to the customer. And that's what we have embarked on. We are working on a project in wind and in Chimpir area where we have been endowed with one of the best wind in the world, and solar radiation is decent, and that would give most optimum solution in terms of capacity utilization for the customer. For solar, they can go as high as 20%, but with wind solar hybrid, the capacity utilization can be increased, which means they will be able to displace expensive thermal power to the extent of 55%. And if we can do it on a scale, that will bring economies into the equation. And this is the right time to do it. You know, for example, we as a nation consume 130 billion units. If we have to be at the same level of development as India is, and if I say energy consumption is a proxy of development, we should be using 500 billion units. So there is a window of 370 billion units which will be sold, not today, maybe in 10 years, maybe in 15 years, but there is an opportunity. And we have an opportunity to incorporate renewable into it. We have an opportunity as a nation to incorporate renewable into it. And fortunately, there are legislation which are following it, and fortunately we have not done enough in that. So we have space to do it. That's why Engro as a company is very excited that this space, which is an alternate market, has enough potential that it can be financed. It can be banked. And we are working with government of Sindh, and we are looking forward that this will provide alternate options to the customer. And hopefully with this sector will change its mindset to an FMCG, and we will be following the customer as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Could I request you to please pass on to Irfan Ahmed Saab for his comments?
Thank you, Ms. Hira. Well, coming to the topic, it's unlocking renewable energy potential. So let me give you some figures, some background figures. What is the potential we are talking about in Pakistan? So we have solar potential of 2 million megawatts and wind potential of 400,000 megawatts. That's the potential we have got in Pakistan. What we have utilized up till now, 2 gigawatts of wind and 0.8 gigawatt of solar. What is our installed capacity? That is 34,000 megawatts compared to the potential we have got. What's the firm capacity? That is which we can provide constantly. That is about 26,000 megawatts. So unlocking renewable potential is the easiest part, I think. If you see Pakistan, per capita electricity consumption is 1/5 of world average. But at the same time, energy wastage is 3 times the world average. So we have some potential in energy conservation as well. Now, the other part of this topic is coordination between private and public sector. Why is that required? I'll give you a simple example. If you want to set up a renewable power plant, on the paper, from letter of intent to letter of support, you would require 2 to 3 months. But in actual terms, it will be 2 to 3 years. So real time of decision-making in Pakistan is 10 to 12 times what is normally in Europe. In our power division, for example, in NTDC. The decision-making, if in Europe it is a week, here we have got 3 months. So there we would like to do something together with the private sector. Private sector is much better compared to the public sector as far as energy projects are concerned. So we would like here to improve this system. Now coming to some real issues, there was talk about wheeling and CTBCM. And since I am on board of HESCO, I am confronted with these issues day in, day out these days, because the government is pressurizing us to go for CTBCM. And wheeling is the condition precedent for CTBCM. That is, we have to wheel IPPs to the bulk buyers. We still don't have any contracts. The commercial code is still to be approved. But they said that, okay, CTBCM is then test phase. But in the latest hearing, NEPRA agreed that it will take about 6 to 7 years before CTBCM can be implemented for bulk buyers. Now, what is wheeling? What is the issue with wheeling? Well, NEPRA didn't, in its tariff for wheeling, they said cross subsidies and stranded costs will not be given to DISCOs. And DISCOs have asked for a wheeling tariff of 10 rupees per kilowatt hour 10 rupees per kilowatt hour, when NEPRA is ready to give 1.5 rupees per kilowatt hour. So the first thing the DISCOs did, they went to the court and got a stay against wheeling, against this tariff. And the stay is still there. It has to be vacated. And before that is vacated, we can't do anything as far as CTBCM is concerned. Now, HESCO's issue is that our network is very weak. If we get renewables into our network, the network will be tripped all along. It won't be stable. And then who will pay the NPMV? Non-project missed volume. Because if the evacuation is not being done because of the network issues, then the government has to pay, CPPAG has to pay the non-project missed volume. And if HESCO takes over and the EPAs remain the same as they are, CPPAG will have to pay that. But CPPAG says, don't worry about that. Consumer will pay the NPMV. In the end, consumer pays for everything, actually. And consumer is not ready to pay now. You have seen that the electricity, increase in electricity tariff, and there are going to be riots, I think. Lately, we have seen in Karachi, people have gone berserk. They have attacked the offices of Karachi Electric. So increasing electricity tariff just without, thinking, just because of some IMF conditions. It is very, very difficult job to do, not for the government, for the people who suffer. Now, coming to IMF conditions, there is another IMF condition that the DISCOs should either be privatized or provincialized. So HESCO would most probably be provincialized. And Nauman Zafar Saab said that we have some curtailment issues. Now, if we are connected to HESCO as a provincial company, it will be curtailment all along. Ayub Saab is here. He is GM NPC. He was GM NPCs, now I think is DMD. And Ayub Saab has confirmed, I think 3 years ago in Jampir, that our network cannot take more than 7% of renewable power. If you unlock the renewable potential and the network cannot take more than 7%, what would you do with this renewable power? So we have to think about where this load is to be there. What should we do with that? We don't have any load available. You can generate whatever you want to, but you will only be paying capacity charges because the energy will remain unutilized. If you see Hyderabad or Sindh area, which is our leasing limit of HESCO, in 2000, every 5 years we conduct a survey about the industry and our domestic producers, domestic consumers. So in 2007, whatever small scale industry existed, in 2019, it was just 10% of that. And whatever large scale industry existed in 2007, in 2019, it was just 30% of that. HESCO has receivables. Receivables from domestic consumers are 130 billion rupees. And from the industry, it is just 10 billion rupees at the moment. So industry is the paying customer. And if the paying customer goes away from HESCO, we are still at negative. We have a negative equity of 150 billion rupees. How can we exist? Now, we are talking about CTBCM. We are trying out opening up market. We are coming into the capital system, but where the government is based on Keynesian economics, where government intervention is required, it's rather preferred. The government should intervene. Government should give guarantees for new power projects. World Bank has said, or IMF has said, that you can give guarantees only 4% of your GDP. Now, GDP has shrunk over the last 2-3 years. So that means the government has given The guarantee is beyond its capacity. Now that's why they're trying to bring in CTBCM, because CTBCM projects, they won't be then guaranteed by the government. But who will guarantee here? We don't have dollars. Now, if you set up about by 2030, 8,000 megawatts of solar and 5,000 megawatts of wind, so you would require, well, just rough figure, about $7-8 billion for that. Where do you have those dollars? So what should we do? This private-public partnership should first set up an energy industry here. You see, they should be locally produced. If you are going to import these things, then you would need dollars and you don't have any dollars. So what should we do? I'll give you just one example from wind. You know, a wind project these days costs you around 70-80 million, 50 megawatt project, $70-80 million. With local electrical balance of plants, local civil works, you need to import the turbines only. Now, if you put up concrete towers for wind turbines, you can save another $15 to $20 billion. And the local value addition for wind projects would be around 70%. And then it will be viable and sustainable. But if you are going to import everything from outside, neither wind nor solar are viable for Pakistan. That's why the government is not unlocking this potential. They know that. So in order to unlock this, we should help government to set up energy industry in the country so that these things are locally manufactured. Regarding solar, we can have right now 50% local value addition, but we need to have this figure of 70-80%. So we should start manufacturing with the solar cells, not assembling solar panels, but manufacturing solar cells. And that will lead us to stopping imports of all the renewable energy. Whatever we can't make here, that can be imported. But whatever is possible to be manufactured locally, that should be manufactured locally and the imports will be stopped. We need to create jobs in Pakistan. At the moment, 50,000 engineers are jobless. We have to provide them jobs. And these jobs can only be provided if we have industry in the country. And we can start with the energy industry. So in here, we should talk to the government. And the private sector can help with their experience and their efficiency to unlock this renewable potential. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to appreciate the esteemed panelists who have shared their thoughts very candidly on challenges, on opportunities, on solutions that are existing, things that further need to be done. I think there's a lot for us to take home, think about, and deliberate on. Over to Dr. Sardar Mausam to give his concluding remarks and his point of view.
Thank you very much. I think almost everything covered from the private sector, and so has definitely covered a lot of the aspects from the government standpoint of view. I think I'll just sort of look into and from another standpoint of view, that is what is happening with the customer. Either it's domestic, either it's industrial. I think access to that customer for this energy and then the pricing, which is definitely addressed through the energy security standpoint of view. And pricing is one of the key challenges which we face. So I think that question marks then leads towards this unlocking potential. And I think we have already inclined in this debate towards renewable energy through the part of private and public sector. So I think for me, and especially from what is being done so far, if you look at some of the work which has been already highlighted in this discussion, that government is bringing in the renewable policy, alternative energy and renewable policy 2020. And that policy covers and sets the goal for energy, renewable energy in that. I think it's important to understand that the intentions from the government standpoint of view is always aligned with what we are discussing here, that renewable energy is a priority. Renewable energy is something that we are foreseeing in the future. Similarly, I think we have recently, yesterday, the NECA board approved the National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Policy. So coupled together, as you just highlighted, that the wastefulness, the wasteful use of energy, and also along with the renewable energy is something that we already foreseeing, and that has been covered in that policy as well. And how to operationalize it, CTBCM has already been discussed, is taking steps towards that how we can collectively build it around that. I think one thing to understand that when the private sector puts its investment, there is often the policy space provides them a space, a confidence, a level playing field. But I think a lot of the investment from the government standpoint of view, they are the ones where we always, as you highlighted this point, that we always come up with this question of stranded cost. And these are some of the sunk costs which are already there and how to get them back. So I think, and then the negotiations or the terms which we set for the long-term contracts or with some IPPs, I think there is a certain sovereign guarantee which we have to pay and take it forward all these years. So I think this kind of mechanisms which were earlier exercised is somehow giving us this status quo to be maintained. And I think gradually, especially with the CTBCM model, we can definitely see a transition from a single buyer model to a multiple buyer model. But it definitely, there are issues that how we can get rid of the system where we were and moving into a new system where we are talking about multiple buyers and multiple sellers and the bulk buyer model. I think that is, with the passage of time, will resolve. It's not that overnight we'll just do something and that will happen. And I think even I can tell the industry, if even that happens, that overnight, there will be a big suffering for some of the private sector in that. So I think it will be gradual, it will be in a phased manner. And I can tell you, but it will be not that slow as we are expecting, because the way we are seeing the transition in the energy sector nationally and globally, you will see the pace will be much faster as we can see as of right now. I think the second important aspect which goes to the discourse is, I think globally there is this understanding, and we use this term of spiral death of the discourse. So I think especially if net metering is slow, things are not picking up the way it should be. The 3 months process in some cases go to 3 years. And a lot of these things, I think the market is already opening up. Maybe there was issues recently with the balance of payment and import bill. But I think as the political stability comes in the country, things will be shifted towards the other side. At a national landscape, what we see, the political stability along with, this is the election year. And I think we can see a lot of these things are coming up. And that will definitely, one thing along with the economy is the energy sector that will define number of things. And I think it's important at this moment, the way what we just say that IMF conditionality plays its role, that you have to privatize the discourse. I think let's assume if there is no IMF, let's assume there is no one who is sort of giving us the money. Then the question is, can we live and work with these discourse? The kind of challenges we are facing, can we go along with that in the future? Are they not adding into the circular debt? So I think understanding this question mark, and if I ask all of those participants sitting in this room, what is the solution for these discourse? and how this will make the energy sector sustainable. I think that will again ask or leads toward this question, maybe whatever the IMF is saying may be correct. So I think if we look into this whole potential of scaling up renewable, and then we are talking about that unlocking the potential, how we will unlock this potential. So I think putting the right institution in place, and then that will set these institutions will give you the level playing field. So the question is, are these institutions are providing the level playing field for unlocking potential? I think that is something where we need, and we are already working on doing this reform part. And public-private partnership is always works when the level playing field is available. And I think this is where a lot of this work, I think there is this understanding how the CTBCM can work, how this will translate into leaving the single buyer model. And then a lot of these things will be addressed. We have this fear, and I think it's across the board in all the utilities, that the good customers will go away. But once this model will be in place, and all those domestic consumers like me will be ending up with the discos, with SUIs and with other companies. And it's very hard to get the returns and the collections of the receivables from them. So I think that also leaves us and then the discos or these utilities will be the last resort. So I think again, government is putting or taking all this pressure back on them. Like if you just, the private sector goes away, so who will be taking the responsibility? So I think it's not that easy that from one angle, we are putting this kind of question mark that there are these challenges. Definitely there are, but I think it's not a clean slate where we are making the policies. It's not a clean slate that we don't have already signed agreements. It's not a clean slate where we don't understand the situation with our current receivables, with the circular debt, the kind of market we are going to develop. But I think there is a realization that how we can transform it. And the regulator, the key players, the government institutions, I think they are cognizant of this fact that this is the way forward. Some of the challenges, such as we already mentioned, the standard cost, existing institutions, and some of these things, I think definitely I can say from this discussion that the private sector investment will prevail and the renewable energy is inevitable. And that will take, I think, across the board in every sector, that it will be the source for us in the future. And this is how we have to work around. And this is how the consumer who actually needs this energy will be benefited from that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you once again to all our esteemed panelists and to the audience for, at least participating in, however. Sir, we'd move on to the next panel now. So I'm going to hand over to Ahad to take over from here.
Thank you.
So thank you, Hira, and the panelists. It was a wonderful discussion. For the next panel, which is on green financing, role of green financing in building renewable energy, I'd like to request Dr. Hina Aslam, who will be the moderator of the session, to take the proceedings forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hira, and thank you so much to the audience for bearing with us. This is going to be the last panel, but it's a really important panel that we are going to discuss on how do we finance renewables and what are the prospects that we are seeing in Pakistan and what could be the challenges or what are the challenges that are being faced and how that we harness these financing windows and the available facilities and the schemes to scale up investments into renewables to protect the environment and protection and ensure sustainability. For this, we are very fortunate to be joined by esteemed panelists who from the sector, be it be the from ACCA, Mr. Sajid Aslam, Yavar Arif from JS Bank, Ms. Najia Ubaid from ACCP regulator, Mr. Hartmut from Pakistan German Climate and Energy Initiative, and Mr. Noman Bashir Bhatti from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Government of Pakistan. Also, we are very happy and pleased to be joined by Mr. Bilal Anwar, who is the CEO of National Disaster and Risk Management Fund, NDRMF, who will be chairing this session. May I request all the panelists and the guests to please come up on the stage? Thank you. Just for the window. Does this work? Thank you so much to the participants for this panel on the role of green financing, mechanisms to support renewable uptake in technology innovation in Pakistan. We have with us Mr. Bilal Anwar. He has a diverse experience in the field of climate change for over 20 years, and he has held a number of key positions in international climate change and disaster management institutions, and assisted in mobilizing funds through addressing the climate change and disaster related challenges. Thank you so much, sir, for joining. Then we have Ms. Najia Ubaid, who is currently working as an additional director at Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, SECP. Prior to that, she had served as a senior managing consultant at Abacus and an additional director finance at PTA. So she carries over 13 years of experience and specializes in finance, accounts, budgeting, securities market of Pakistan, and she has joined us online. Then we have Mr. Sajid Aslam, who is currently working as a regional lead public affairs at Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, ACCA, and he's also a founding partner of Matriarch Ventures Exonomy and served as a Chief Finance and Business Development Officer at Learning Dimensions at Vateen Telecom. We are very pleased to have Mr. Yavar, who is currently working as a partner at Environmental Resource Management in Jakarta, Indonesia. He was also the GCF accreditation and ESS policy expert at the Global Green Growth Institute and head of sustainable finance at JS Bank. He's an MBA from Columbia Business School. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Hartmut Bernard, and he's currently working as the coordinator at Pakistan German Climate and Energy Initiative, and is a climatologist who's working on the politics of climate change for more than 2 decades. So that was the brief introduction of our panelists who have joined us in person, and thank you to the ones who are online. And I would like to begin with a short presentation from Mr. Hartmut, who will be highlighting some of the work on the Pakistan German Climate and Energy Initiative and the efforts in the just energy transition. Thank you.
Hina, thank you very much for introducing me and for providing me the floor for this short presentation, which I will do in talking, not as a presentation. If someone likes to have a presentation, I have a beautiful one. I will share it with Hina so that you can see it afterwards. And I would like to start to at first address Dr. Abid Suleri, who with his institute has made all this big effort for Pakistan to forward this just energy transition. Dr. Sebastian Paust, who is from the German embassy for the first time, with us and who will follow us for a long time. I think he will do a great job here. I'm very confident. And of course, the CEO, Mr. Amira Parasha from Unilever, who provided us this big hall in order to do this workshop here. And I know that Unilever is very much together with us since long time, also with the sensing study, which we did in the framework of the Climate and Energy Initiative. And on international level, they are very much known to go forward quickly in green business. So I am very honored to be invited from this, again, from the Sustainable Development Policy Institute for this keynote address at this first annual State of Renewable Energy Conference of Pakistan's Network on Clean Energy Transition as the coordinator of this initiative. Meanwhile, we are quite long-term partners and became friends. And because we have already been partnering in so many events on the just energy transition and on climate change. As Dr. Abid Suleri said in his welcoming address this morning, climate change is meanwhile a fact, not anymore just a far away risk. So now we know what we have been talking about 40 years ago, what we are waiting of climate change. It is a sad reality. We unfortunately realize it in this year's flood catastrophe and heat wave since March that Pakistan doesn't get out of the international headlines of the global press anymore because of climate disasters. Meanwhile, accompanied by many other regions of the world like Europe, like China, both suffering under a record summer in terms of heat and drought. In my address today, I will shortly present this climate and energy initiative for those who are not familiar with it yet, talk a bit more if time is left about the current activities of the project of the German Finance and Technical Cooperation, although the most essential was already said by Dr. Sebastian Paus before. But I would also like to talk a little bit about the results of our green financing workshop, because this is in the center of this session here. And I think it's very important to outline the most important results. And if we have time, I might talk a little bit about the sensing study, which has been established for our climate and energy initiative by Stimulus under the supervision of Hira Varayat, who had chaired the last meeting here today. So, coming to the climate and energy initiative, we have 3 pillars in the climate and energy initiative. The first and most important is the political dialogue. In the political dialogue, we, Pakistan and Germany, are partnering to support Pakistan's way forward towards achieving its climate objectives. We are sharing knowledge and experiences of ways and means to combat climate change, and we enhance our partnership on international level at high-level fora, like we did already in the last COP, like we will do in the next COP in Egypt again. And with the third pillar, you see that the climate and energy initiative is meant to be also, the second pillar is dealing with technical and financial cooperation. Sorry, I forgot to tell. And the third one with the cooperation of private sector, civil society, academia, and the youth, where we are organizing stakeholder consultations for the cooperation of Germany and of Pakistan in these different fields. And with this pillar, you see that the climate and energy initiative is meant to be a whole society approach, not just a governmental initiative. This partnership forms the umbrella for the cooperation with government, as well as involvement of all these societal groups like the civil society, private sector, academia. And the overarching subjects are climate change mitigation, adaptation, climate finance, just energy transition, currently we specifically are focusing on the implementation of the nationally determined contributions, on climate risk assurance, where I will talk a little bit more later, and on just energy transition. And now I will also talk a little bit about the secret, why Germany was so much interested in offering, especially Pakistan, this first climate and energy initiative. There are three important reasons. The first one is that Pakistan is one of the countries which is most vulnerable to climate change. You heard this morning number 8 on the in the table of the German watch. The second is Pakistan is one of the hugest countries of the world, 5th in terms of population, fast-growing population, fast-growing economy. So the emissions are quite low now, but they're increasing quickly. So it's important really to cooperate where we have the quickly growing economy and emissions. And third, there's a highly willingness for reforms and ambitious, Pakistan has very ambitious climate targets. So this provides a good floor indeed to cooperate. And within the first year, we realized that the cooperation is indeed excellent. We are very happy about this. Now, I'd like to talk little bit about the achievements until now. We had in August last year our first high-level stakeholder meeting. Then we had a lot of panel discussions, workshops for the support of the just energy transition. With you, we had a lot with other organizations as well. Then we supported the sensing study on private sector implication, and then youth activities to activate the youth around Pakistan in order to combat against climate change and to introduce their demands into the policy process. Now, for the future, we are foreseeing, in short, the next high-level stakeholder meeting. We wanted to have it already since a long time. And to explain this a little bit more, we launched our climate and energy initiative on COP26. Afterwards, there was scheduled a visit of the Prime Minister with the German Chancellor in Germany, which meant a lot of preparation. I can say a few days before this happened, the government changed, so it did not take place, this meeting. And afterwards, until the new government came in place, we already were in the summer holidays. And now we are back from the summer holidays. Now, for the moment, we are confronted with a flood catastrophe, but hopefully very soon we will have the next high-level stakeholder dialogue. And this is really the core piece of the climate and energy initiative. Nevertheless, we could use all the time in between for all these meetings, panel discussions on just energy transition, on making public awareness, on the challenges of climate change, and so on. Then we are looking forward for the stakeholder meetings with the private sector, with the civil society, with the academia. And end of this month, we have planned in Islamabad capacity workshop and stakeholder meeting with the youth organization every time with Germany and with Pakistan. And of course, the most important of this year is a side event at COP27 in Egypt, where we would like to present common commitments. And currently we are discussing about common commitments on climate resilience with focus on climate insurances. And here on this protection shield, about which Dr. Sebastian Paus talked today about. And I think on that COP, both Pakistan and Germany will assume a special role, because Pakistan leads the G77 plus China, while Germany has the leadership, chairmanship of the G7 this year. So this will be a special event, and we will really provide it very, very well. I think because of shortage of time, I will especially now go to the highlights from the green financing workshop, because Dr. Sebastian Paust already talked the main issues about our cooperation, financial and technical. If there is need to hear more about this later, I like you to get in. No, but the most important for this workshop on green financing was that we learned how important it is really to tap private finance, because 80% of the funding of the which can be tapped is in private hands, only 20% in state hands. That means national and international. So this green financing is so important. The other thing is that we have to really assess much better and thorough climate risk, because we now know for sure, and we see it today, that we have no idea until now with which risk we will be confronted in the future caused by climate change. So we have to elevate this risk, otherwise we will have a lot of damage in the banking sector, in the financing sector. So what was highlighted in this workshop was that the EU Green Deal and the quick implementation of the green financing system in the EU and Germany, which were already adopted 2021. The whole process started very recently. So if we look into job description, someone who has 10 years of experience, we will not find them. I think you know it much better than me. Then we saw the need for green financing system in order to unlock the private funding. Then the importance of the green banking guidelines were outlined, and its implementation as a basic step to start a green financing system. It was outlined the huge importance of the quickly implementation of a green financing system, because of the climate change is quickly changing, and the risks for investors, like we see now this year, heat wave, flooding, like we will figure out when we take climate science serious, and we see we have to take it serious for the future much more. The need for common standards and guidelines for green banking, including a clear definition of green finance and taxonomy, was outlined. The need for the development of bankable projects, the need for reliable climate risk assessments based on sound data, and in addition, public awareness and capacity development on all levels we can imagine. And having said this, a sound green financing strategy and system have the potential to improve the investments into renewables in an unprecedented way. So I think this is key. And with this, I will stop for the moment. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Hartmut. Very encouraging to see the role that the German government is playing in Pakistan German Climate Energy Initiative, and lots of activities that have been happening. And one of the capacity building activities of the green banking guidelines of the SPP, and how to tap the resources in a more fruitful way. I think to mobilize the resources in an effective manner, I think is the key to that workshop. And it's something that we have not ended up, as you have mentioned, and it has roots towards, the initiation of the process. But of course, we are paving a way forward to make it more concrete kind of recommendations for the stakeholders to adopt. With this, I think I would just like to move on to the panel discussion. And as we are joined by some experts who have an experience in different fields. So there are some guiding questions that perhaps could help the panelists to mold the discussion and to think about how we could really look into this green financing tools that could be adopted as a potential solution for green investments and renewable energy investments in Pakistan. How can Pakistan mobilize the required funds to support the targets of sustainable energy for all from both public and the private sector? And also in the light of the prospects of renewable energy financing scheme under the State Bank of Pakistan, and the recent developments, how it could benefit the ongoing efforts towards the strategies that could build back with green, sustainable, and inclusive development. To begin with, I would request Mr. Yaver, who's currently working as a partner at ERM, to share his thoughts on the role of the green financing.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for inviting me. I just want to quickly introduce myself. My name is Yaver Herker. Currently, I work for Environmental Resources Management, ERM. We're a global firm. We're pure play sustainability consultancy. And thank you so much for inviting me to this panel. The question was, how can we mobilize funds to support, the sustainable? The question was, how can we mobilize funds for the green financing? Is that the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you so much. First of all, let me start off by saying that the need for greater financing for both mitigation and adaptation for climate change and for countries like Pakistan is very critical, right? And this is evident from the floods that just took place, and we expect them to happen more frequently. So for a country like Pakistan to have a low carbon transition, substantial investment is needed, and the financing shortfalls are the great, because there's a lack of resources in our national budget and also in development funds. But there is a silver lining, and especially since the pandemic happened, sustainable financing has really gained momentum, and regulators and stock exchanges in Pakistan, across Asia, globally, they've really stepped up the efforts to promote the development of green finance and support the energy transition, right? So you'll see it globally. Stock exchanges, financial regulators are helping bring about this change. So what about Pakistan? Pakistan is so different, right? So the role of State Bank of Pakistan, the role of the Pakistan Stock Exchange, very important, because this would lead to the mainstreaming of sustainable finance in our country through the introduction of regulations. And I'm very happy that GIZ is here because I know GIZ worked very closely with the State Bank of Pakistan, introduced the green banking guidelines a few years ago. The Pakistan Stock Exchange is also working on introducing green financing. So there's greater awareness, and I feel that the public sector can play a very important role by providing public investment in infrastructure, helping to improve disclosure, incentivizing research and development, but also the private sector. And the private sector can bring in innovative financing mechanisms, provide equity, first loss guarantees, different kinds of things. So let me stop right there. But I think, green financing can be brought about by those tools. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Rightly pointed out, the green banking initiated with the help of GIZ. So there's a lot to learn from the experiences from Europe and EU and Germany, and of course, bringing in the capacity that is required to mobilize and implement the practice and the guidelines to upscale the renewable energy investments in Pakistan is much required. Secondly, I would like to move on to Mr. Sajil Aslam, Regional Lead Public Affairs from ACCA.
Thank you. I think first of all, it's important. I definitely would like to thank STPI, Unilever, GIZ, Government of Germany. I think these are the important topics, and the awareness is very, very important. From an ACCA perspective, we have a presence over in 180 countries with 250,000 members and 500,000 students. And we are doing a lot of research on these areas, and we are finding a different formats, different flows, different guidelines, different frameworks, how the countries are going through that energy transition.
But the bigger question is why we should go for that transition. And normally we talk about the climate action. That's definitely the biggest risk we should be looking at. But there's a different requirements and the regulatory changes which are happening, particularly for the businesses who are integrated in the global trade. Right now, if we speak about disclosures of the carbon emissions, there's a scope 2 of carbon emission, which talk about the purchased electricity. In Pakistan, any company who is integrated in a global trade, they have to disclose that where they are purchasing and what are the carbon emission of it. Regardless whatever good work they do in the entire value chain, unless until that energy piece is done right, one of our risks we will be running from our export perspective or our integration in a global trade perspective, that we cannot reduce those carbon emissions. And the best way to do that is to really start changing that energy mix. Having said that, it's very rational. We can understand that. But the question is how to do it. If somebody comes and tell me today that the money is the issue, that's not the issue. It's not the money. It's not the financing, which is the issue. It's money follow reward, full stop. That's the economic reality. If there is a reward, which the investor think they want, whether it's a financial reward or it's an impact side of it, so they determine what kind of reward they are looking for. Any country, any business, any company who can provide that response or reward, they will go and they will invest in that. So the one thing which they need to understand, whether Pakistan, from that opportunity perspective, can provide that reward, whether it's a financial or impact, and can they trust that? It's a claim that whether we can do it. And number two, do they have enough evidence which can help them to trust that what reward they are looking for can be achieved or can be delivered through those projects? So here, when we are talking about the green financing, I think Pakistan offer a lot, because the carbon emission we generate is way, way low. It's less than 1% of what the global impact is. But the impact which we are, or the price which we are paying in terms of the floods and the risk right now we are running on a climate action, that's too high. There is an opportunity from a financing perspective, particularly when we talk about the renewable. Do we need money, or can we commit the carbon credit to the countries who are having a very high carbon emission? So what is the right financing mode? Should we get a loan equity, or should we just commit to the carbon credits? Can we trade that future carbon credit? Can we work on those derivatives? And that brings back to the conversation which Yavo was talking about, a very effective financial market. And if we go to the PSX right now, they are working on the ESG index. Pakistan has got a national task force, ACC is a part of that on the ESG. And these are the key initiatives which create that enabling environment and create those evidences that there is a potential, there is an opportunity where the green finance can be attracted and can also provide the rewards, financial and the impact side, both, and that can be disclosed and reported properly through the sustainability reporting. So if you look at the entire cycle, so there is a policy impact of that, how we are creating those guidelines, how we are creating the policies for the renewable. Then there is a technology and technical aspect of it. Do we have that kind of transmission? Do we have that distribution network? Can our grid handle that kind of fluctuation? So that's the second part which the investor will look. So the first thing they will look, whether there is a policy framework and the guidelines. Second thing they will look, whether we have got the infrastructure and that infrastructure is robust enough to absorb that kind of renewable energy if they generate one, if we are talking generation. Do we have enough local capacity in terms of the human resource as well as in terms of the manufacturing? Do we have that one which can provide that kind of support to build that infrastructure? And then we come to that, do we have demand for that kind of energy? Whether consumer, let's say if we talk about Unilevers and the Nestle's of the world, are they willing to really create that kind of pressure on the government or the electricity companies that they should be providing the cleaner energy, and they should have a proper disclosure as well. So it's not only that whatever they claim that there is energy and a cleaner, because ultimately Unilever at some point of time, they will be disclosing the scope 2 emissions. So they need a proper reliable disclosure from that distribution and energy company that whether that was clean and what kind of carbon emission they were doing that. If we can have these 4 or 5 steps ready, investor is there. Investor is there, and they like, we are talking about $4-5 billion. I think the investment in the market right now, which is available just to offset the carbon, is way bigger than that. Right now, if you look at the green bond since 2012, I think if I remember the number right, it's $2 trillion, which are on a different green or sustainability labeled bonds, which we are talking about. It's a $2 trillion. And in the first half, if you look at on a 2022, the number stands somewhere around the 517 billion. So 5 billion is not a number, or $10 billion is not a number we should be worried about. We should be worried about, and the guarantees are available, the credit is available, insurance is available. How are we going to access it? Are we going to really work on those fundamentals, get those 5 and 6 things in a place to build that trust, which can bring that kind of financing? So from a mechanism perspective, it's not that the funding is not available. Funding is available. We have to get our house in order to really access that, right? Thank you. That's all from myself.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think rightly pointed out that we need to look at the potential applicability of tapping in those resources through different mechanisms and tools that you have identified in terms of de-risking investments, green bonds, and the other tools and mechanisms being adopted. And I think Pakistan is also exploring the way forward in this domain. But again, the solution lies in identifying what would be the most suitable tools for Pakistan in the context of the political economy as well. So this is, I think, very rightly pointed out. Second is moving on. I think you talked about the role of regulators, SECP, the PSX, and also who can play their prominent role. We have Ms. Najia Ubaid, the additional director from SECP Pakistan, who has been working on from the regulatory side and the standards and some disclosures mechanisms. So perhaps she can shed light on what's the government side is doing, especially from the regulatory point of view. So over to you, Ms. Najia.
Thank you, Dr. Hina. First of all, I would like to thank you, and I'm pleased and honored to be the part of this first annual State of the Renewable Energy Conference, where the green financing mechanisms and the uptake and the technology innovation in Pakistan is being deliberated and discussed. So these efforts towards the sustainable development in Pakistan, enhancement of environment, social justice, and the support towards the government bodies in this regard are to be truly appreciated. And we, as an SECP, aims to provide full support that we can to such initiatives. So just to continue with the discussions, all of the panelists referred that global warming is evident. There are disasters, and Pakistan is perhaps among the countries who are most adversely impacted by this climate change. And this is the high time that we need to understand and see the impact of the investments that we do towards the country and towards this planet Earth. So continuing with the dialogue on the environmental betterment and the provisioning of the required funds, as highlighted by my colleague, we have been acting as a facilitator, and for that matter, our role is to provide the requisite regulatory framework. So in terms of those regulatory frameworks, I would like to highlight that SECP recently have issued the green bond issuance guidelines. Then we have also introduced the concept of, I would say, the asset fractionalization. We are also working towards reviewing the REITs framework, that is real estate infrastructure regulations. So if any project that is targeted towards the green financing thing, that can also be covered under that specific thing. As already highlighted during the discussion is that PSX has also introduced the ESG index. We are working towards the social governance and are introducing different reporting and disclosure requirements for the companies to include in their annual accounts. So purpose of all those elements is just to kind of create awareness among the masses and to encourage people to come towards the green financing solutions. Now, the problem doesn't lie, my colleague highlighted, one of the panelists highlighted, that we are supposed to, first and foremost, are supposed to have the framework in place. And the framework is there. Second comes the infrastructure. But the problem is that there is a lot of talk that is taking place, but the talk has not yet been converted to the transaction. So it's the high time to convert that talk to the transaction. I was in a discussion a few days back that was with reference to the social impact elements and how to raise financing and funds to do the social financing thing. It wasn't related to the green financing element, but one thing that I highlighted is that there is a lot of work that can be done by the banking sector, by our non-banking finance companies, by the companies like Unilever and such other top corporates. And that is, they have to raise awareness among the masses on the investments that they make. So people are there, they do not have the opportunity or they do not have that investment avenue available. So if I am supposed to make certain investment, I would definitely love to make that investment in the green financed instrument. So this is where we are lacking, and we need to develop such tools where investment financing tools are to be utilized. For the term that I was referring to, asset fractionalization, is again, if a project that is green finance has to raise funds, there is an option that there are multiple investors who have very low investment capability and they do want to contribute towards the green environment. They can do so by contributing their piece of investment through asset fractionalization. Just wanted to highlight what asset fractionalization exactly is. It is just breaking the bigger investment chunks into smaller pieces to make it affordable for the people to invest and provide the financing to the respective participants who can effectively contribute towards the development of the economy. And again, remaining within the boundaries of the renewable green financing mechanisms. So in short, the regulatory framework is here. SECP being the representative of SECP, I would say that we are committed and would like to continue partnering with SDPI, with banks, wherever required. We can provide the support in terms of designing of the instruments. So if someone wants to design a green bond, we can help them out in terms of how to structure the transaction. We can help them out in processing the things efficiently. But the market has to come up and bring the instruments and create awareness among masses to invest in such projects. So I would like to just end here and would like to hand it back to you, Dr. Nana. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Najia. Very rightly pointed out, and especially guiding us the way forward in how we can all engage in and play our specific roles to bring things forward. Moving on, we have Mr. Noman Bashir Bhatti, Director General, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Government of Pakistan. If
Yes, can you hear me, please?
yes, please, loud and clear.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this panel discussion. And let me briefly introduce myself. I'm from the Foreign Ministry. I'm the Director General here at the Strategic Planning. And also I'm the member of the Green Climate Fund Board, and also the chair of the Asia Pacific Group in the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Here, I would just like to give a disclaimer. I'm participating in my personal capacity and in no way reflective of the views of the government of Pakistan. I'm going to make some reflections, the overarching reflections on some of the questions that you have raised, and also give some perspective to the discussion that is happening today. And I've listened very carefully to the previous panelists and the useful interventions which were done. I would just like to reiterate what has been said earlier regarding the significance of the energy and climate change. There's an inextricable link between the two. Most of the interventions in the mitigation domain are related to the energy, sustainable energy. It's important that we also understand that how the global shift is happening in this context. So I've just structured my intervention in a couple of points. It includes give you a perspective where what the global landscape is in terms of the normative landscape, which is conducive for the energy interventions in Pakistan and globally. Then what are the global trends and approaches which are being followed in the context of sustainable development and climate change, particularly energy sector? Then what are the shifting international financial flows? I think it's important that there's a clear perspective on how that looks like. And another important element is about the delivery channel of the climate finance. This is very important given that the renewable energy essentially stems from the main drive behind the climate change and the energy nexus. Then I would just briefly reflect on the Pakistan climate and clean energy ambition that has been set, and then of course some of the issues and challenges, and I would also give some pointers on what could be the possible next steps in the course of discussion. So briefly, I would just like to say that the global sustainable energy landscape is governed by three main agreements. First is the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We have a very standalone goal in that, and that talks about the sustainable energy, renewable energy, energy efficiency, and access. The second is the overarching agreement on the climate change, that is the Paris Agreement, which sets objectives under which the countries have submitted their national ambitions and the actions. And the third one is the Addis Ababa Action Agenda on the financing for development that sets the rules for the finance for development. It's important that I would just give you a few pointers regarding the global trend and approaches. These are very in a strategic manner that the climate change considerations are mainstream by and large in each country in the national development discourse. So it's important that this shift is already happening, and Pakistan is certainly doing the same to ensure that it is fully aligned with the international discourse and also benefit from the opportunity that are created. Then the transition to low emission growth is primarily focused on clean energy. It includes all sectors under the clean energy domain. There was a commitment from the developed countries' part for the mobilization of $100 billion between 2020 and 2025, and then in much way that is being mobilized in different ways. I won't go into the detail because that's a very descriptive nature, but just to indicate that the $100 billion commitment stands, and there's a new goal which was agreed. Not the goal, but the process was agreed that beyond 2025, there's a new goal, international goal, that is going to be set for the climate finance. The development finance institutions and the international private sector, the capital markets, are prioritizing investments for the climate change and also in particularly the energy sector. There's a limited availability of international financial resources for the emission intensive energy projects. So that creates a requirement because if the cost of doing business or the cost of investment is higher, you cannot have emission intensive projects. So this is also a constraint which creates and requires a shift towards the renewable energy. The concessional international development finance is mostly repurposed as climate finance, I would say. And we have indications that a lot of blending is being done. Climate considerations are mainstream in different aspects. Then I would just like to give you an indication about the shifting international financial flows. The ODA, the official development assistance of the, which is generated by the OECD, was $178.9 billion in 2020. The net ODA inflows to Pakistan were estimated at around over $2 billion in 2020. The climate finance, which was mobilized by the developed countries, was $80 billion, according to the OECD figures. The global energy investments in 2021 were $2.4 trillion. So you can imagine the scope in which the shift is happening. The most important element here is about, and I would just reflect in my recommendatory part as well, about understanding the delivery channels. It's very important that that there's a clarity which exists, because any project, any activity in the energy sector is investment intensive. And for that, it's very important that the international delivery channels are pretty clear, because the domestic resources are scarce, and it's difficult that we undertake large-scale energy projects without securing finance internationally. And the concessional terms and the rates which are available are important factor in making the project financially viable. It's also important at the same time that the climate finance is very competitive in nature. It's not a free money as such, and you have to, when a project is developed, it has to seek the financing based on the project credentials. Different financing streams have varied access modalities. The methodologies are very important to be understood by those initiating the projects. So I just broadly give you, there are three categories in which include the development financing institutions and climate change funds and the mechanisms. In this, the second category is the view and development system and the bilateral agencies, the cooperation agencies, and the third one is the private sector investments, international private sector investments. I would just briefly reflect on the DFIs and climate change funds. We all know about the MDBs, the Asian Development Bank, the World Bank, how they have been prioritizing their climate financing. The Green Climate Fund, it's the largest fund in the context of the climate change, which is dedicated to invest in the climate projects in developing countries. I'm not going to give the scale here, but the GCF have a very particular access modality which has to be followed to access the GCF resources. And unless the projects are aligned to those modalities, those resources cannot be accessed. There was a reference to the carbon markets. I think this is an important element which remains to be fully operationalized, given that the market mechanism was agreed. The modalities of the market mechanism under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement were agreed at Glasgow last year. It's just to be fully operationalized. We have different regimes which are operational in the Europe. The Chinese market exists, but certainly to have a global perspective, it requires much work before it is fully operational. This remains an important area, and I think this is going to be something important that is going to help take off the renewable energy transition in Pakistan. The development system entities, UNDP, there are different UN agencies which work in this domain, then there are bilateral cooperation agencies which exist. The private sector investments remain dependent on the opportunities. They are profit driven. They have to be incentivized. They have to be conducive. There has to be a conducive environment for that. I think these are the overarching channels which I just wanted to reflect. Next, on the Pakistan's climate energy ambition, I think we have set very high ambitions in our Vision 2025, which was agreed in 2015. Then we have submitted ambitious targets in Pakistan nationally determined contributions as part of the Paris Agreement. The renewable energy targets are also set in that. We have legislative arrangements in place, there are regulatory frameworks that exist. The more focus now is on the operationalization of these policies and the arrangement which are there. The issues I would just like to quickly reflect on includes that we have very scarce domestic financial resources to undertake medium and large scale energy projects. So we have to rely on the international financing for that. the dependency of the international finance remains critical. The most important element is that we secure funds which are on concessional terms, with longer term, which does not create debt stress to Pakistan. And also those are self-sustaining over time. It is also critical that because of the rising import bill in the energy sector, we have to shift to energy transition. The Prime Minister has recently announced about the solarization of Pakistan, and it is coming in a big way to help energy transition in Pakistan. And there's a very tight deadline which has been set by the Prime Minister for that. There are significant opportunities which exist in the climate finance domain. The challenge remains about the absorptive capacity in Pakistan to absorb that resource. It's very important that we create the structures, we create the projects according to the requirements of the financing entities. Unless we do that, and I'm stressing on this aspect because this, in my view, remains a critical challenge. Unless we do that, the efforts, the climate finance cannot be channeled to Pakistan. So it's important that the domestic absorptive capacity remains. The role of the private sector remains critical in this one. There's a lot of international focus on the international private sector, but there's very less focus on the domestic private sector. In my engagement personally at the GCF, we have been focusing on making sure that domestic private sector gets more engaged. The de-risking of the investments, because most of the time when a new domain is explored, the investments they're very risky. So the de-risking remains a top priority when we engage with the GCF. And by the way, just to indicate that GCF has started a pilot on this one to ensure that how the domestic private sector can be more strengthened, and their collaboration with the international private sectors is strengthened. The next element here is about the currency fluctuation. We have seen the recent fluctuation in Pakistan. So it's important element that when the climate finance is channeled to Pakistan, the engagements or the agreement which are done, the appropriate pegging or the issue of currency fluctuation is taken into account. And for that, again, we have tried that the GCF looks into this aspect and its policies that is appropriately addressed.
Yes, thank you so much, Nawaz Sahab. I think in the interest of time, if you could just wind up in a sentence to summarize, so I can move on.
Yes. Sorry for stretching it a bit, but I just conclude with one last element is about that the most important element remains that the absorptive capacity is created in Pakistan. The role of private sector is strengthened to that account, and it has to be oriented towards the new opportunities which exist internationally. It's all about how we orient ourselves. The sooner we are going to do that, the better it's going to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With this, I would like to quickly give a floor to Mr. Khurram Lalani from the private sector. He's principal of Resources Future, been working in the energy and agro sector for a long time. And he has, I think, very recent experience in launching the first climate finance accelerator in Pakistan. So Khurram, over to you about your experience, the green financing. I'm sorry, we cannot hear you.
Is it good now?
Yes.
Am I audible? All right,
Yes.
thank you. So thank you, Dr. Hina, for inviting me today to this prestigious event. I want to say thank you to SDPI for organizing this wonderful initiative, and I feel industry leadership that is present today is the mark of our commitment. Very quickly, I want to highlight 3 points that I feel are important under green financing mechanism. I think first, to augment any renewable energy technology, we need finance, but more importantly, we need concessional finance. And by that, I mean that we need a lot of concessional finance, finance which is below market returns, and provide an example and an incentive for private market participants to actively participate in the market. So globally, what we have seen is that we have trillions and trillions of dollars, roughly around $6 trillion that are lying in bonds, which is sitting on either negative returns or very low rate of returns. And those bondholders are typically satisfied with this negative treasury returns because they value safety over risk taking. And from a global perspective, it doesn't really make sense when we have a climate crisis all along of such a magnitude that people prefer safety in bonds in exchange of future climate risks that will potentially erode safety for all. So I think one thing that we could possibly do is to really start this conversation, from Pakistan towards our global audience, and tell them that the safety element that they're preferring is something that they need to reevaluate in terms of the climate context, which is very fast changing. The second point I want to highlight is that as a country, we need to work on our own capacity building to really leverage green capital, which is out there. And this could be best undertaken by public policy makers. Numan Saab very rightly alluded the role of all. So we have the federal government leadership, but I'll give you one very small example. So for example, the Green Climate Fund that we just talked about, they have commitments of more than $17 billion. And it is expected that their commitments will go beyond $100 billion. But somehow, Pakistan's track record in receiving funding from any of those climate finance funds is really below par. So consider this. I'll just give you an example. The devastation that we have just witnessed and billions of dollars of damages that has consequently ensued, we have only been able to tap financing of $131 million from the GCF, which, I mean, in terms of percentage terms, it is, paltry 0.7% of the total commitment. And I mean, the disbursement figures, these are the official fundraising numbers that are there on the website, but the disbursement figures are even lower. So somewhere around 20% of the disbursement has been made. So we are nowhere near where we should be. And if we need to do something about this, I think there are a couple of things that we can keep in mind. So for example, the first thing that I would suggest that we need to show that we have the leadership and the potential to tap into climate investment by strengthening our own institutional mechanisms, such as institutional strengthening of Ministry of Climate Change, Ministry of Planning, Ministry of Finance, for a very consolidated action, not just action in their own silos. We also need to have in-house capacity, and for any financing, if you want to tap into GCF or JEF or SIF or Adaptation Fund, we need to have both technical and financial capacity to really work on creative project proposals. Ensure that we submit very regularly high quality project proposals, and all provinces participate in this exercise. And last, I think we need to have a long-term view to stay committed to green finance. So green finance essentially is intrinsically very difficult because it is often the blended mechanisms that work out best. And for financiers to structure blended finance, it requires a lot of patience. It requires a lot of time and requires having a long-term view. We will not be able to make progress if only we are in a continuous firefighting mode that we are generally in. Last, and then this is my final point. So last is our need to ensure that we have a robust regulatory framework. Time and again, I think what we have witnessed, that there are repeated governments that have blamed circular debt for their power sector problems. And quite honestly, circular debt is an outcome of a problem, but it is not a problem per se. So if I were to really point out the problem is only one, and that problem is the single buyer, single seller model. There is no other problem in our power sector. So essentially, we have 10 distribution companies that have very intricate payment agreements, but in reality, these all 10 distribution companies are bankrupt entities. They are not really going concern entities. So they can't survive for a single day without government support, let alone for a month or 2 months or for a year. So if you're really serious about augmenting green financing, we can only do so when we have a robust institutional framework. As long as we keep single buyer, single seller model where we have inefficiencies, we're going to pile up circular debt. We're going to have a bankrupt utility model that unfortunately no private sector investor will be willing to bet on a very broken and an outdated regulatory framework. So I stop here. Thank you for inviting me. Happy to take any questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Khurram. Thank you. I think very useful information and of course the suggestions. And whatever we have heard from the panel so far is not about the availability of finances, but perhaps the capacity to not being able to tap the resources in a right way, and also to the use of the mechanisms and the tools or the incentives perhaps to mobilize such finances. With this, I would like to thank you to all the panelists for the discussion, and I would like to move on to our panel chair, Mr. Bilal Anwar. Sir is the CEO of National Disaster Risk Management Fund, and I think is placed well because we will be concluding today's session as well. So perhaps we could also request you to mark your remarks as the concluding remarks, and we can meet the audience tomorrow morning for the next session. So over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A lot of useful information and a lot of insightful discussion actually been taking place, and not only in this particular panel, but since this morning. And it's a lot to absorb, I must say that. Energy is such an important subject. It's such a burning subject right now. So I think these kind of discussions, these kind of interactions, they are really commendable. And so first of all, I would like to thank you for that. Now, just to sum up from this morning, I think what I've been hearing, and not necessarily that this information has been new to me in the context of Pakistan. There's a lot of potential for renewable energy in Pakistan. There's a number floating around 40 gigawatts for hydro, 50 gigawatts for wind, and similarly some staggering figure for solar as well. And this is untapped. This potential has not been tapped out. And at the same time, we know that there's a shortage of supply, and we have not been able to meet our demand. We also know that the renewable energy is by far, by nature, is most economical source of energy, especially when it comes to the power generation. And so there are abundant resources. The technology is available, and there's a shortage in the market. Now, the simple economic logic and the principle basically say that why there hasn't been a gold rush, why there hasn't been the investors have been coming from left, right, and center, and they've been investing. And we've been seeing the solar panels in every single roof in Pakistan, just like the one in this particular building of Unilever. And similarly, why the blades of the wind power are not just around everywhere. It's because the life is never simple, because while we heard about the untapped potential, while we heard the need, and we know the economic principle, we also heard a lot about in the previous panel in the morning as well. There are a lot of impediments, a lot of challenges and obstacles, and most of them actually come not from the availability of finance. My friend just reiterated this, but actually come from the regulatory obstacles or inconsistencies of the policies as well. That's going to take some time to address those policies, but what we've been hearing some good news as well, especially I noted down this one in the 2020 and 21, there was an import of 2,700 megawatt of just the solar panels, which is a great news. Now, The other good thing I noted is, and not only in Pakistan, but again globally and other parts of the world as well, is now the energy is being considered, being discussed in the context of climate change. The so-called climate change energy nexus, and if you want to add another component to it, this is climate change, energy, and socioeconomic development nexus, and there are very clear interlinkages between that. This is something new. Historically and traditionally, what we've been seeing is energy has been very, very effectively utilized for geopolitical and, of course, providing energy. That's the fundamental purpose of it. But it has been used for a lot of other purposes as well. And whenever it has been used internationally or for interaction between the countries, it has been used for other purposes, but not for the climate change. So I think what the positive development or the comforting development which we're seeing is that this nexus is being increasingly recognized and acknowledged. Now, Pakistan, in the case of particularly Pakistan, this becomes even more apparent, it becomes significant. And some of the elements and some of the results and consequences we are bearing right now, we're passing through right now. Now, just looking again a little bit from the international perspective, there has been a lot of references to NDCs, particularly to Pakistan's NDC and how ambitious the different targets, both for emission reductions as well as for goal towards renewable energy has been. I'm sure that I have no doubt that these targets are very, very ambitious, but at the same time, we know that if the technology is available, if the commitment is there, and if the right kind of finances in the right kind of format are being available, then the picture suddenly becomes very, very different, and these targets do look actually achievable. But when we look at the international targets, and I was seeing some of the numbers from the synthesis of all the NDCs, which has been compiled by UNFCCC, and we see that how the energy or the transition to the energy, renewable energy can actually play quite a pivotal role, quite a significant role into it. Now, based on the 164, I think 184 NDCs which have been submitted to UNFCCC, and quite a comprehensive analytical exercise has been done. What we see that the one thing is there are several very key and kind of disturbing outcomes from this work. Like one is particularly that the emission reductions or the global average emissions are going to increase. But from that analysis, if every single action, climate action, which has been inscribed and committed in the NDC is actually going to be translated into action, we still are going to be standing in 2030, 55.1 gigatons of carbon emissions, which is pretty huge. And when it is contextualized into the global carbon budget, I think we left after 2030, we left very little room for maneuver as a global community. These 55.1 gigatons are actually 59.3% higher than 1999, 15.8% higher than 2010, and still 5% higher than 29. So actually, there is a decrease if we see, but actually it's not the absolute decrease in the global greenhouse gas emissions. Now we also know that the more than 20% of the global emissions actually come from the energy sector. And so what we can see is the world is going to become very, very serious. We're going to see a very huge and a massive and dramatic shift and transition from the conventional sources of energy towards the renewable sources of energy. And that might be a good news, because when these kind of dramatic shift happen, it of course leads to the technological innovations in a very massive scale, and Pakistan might be able to and should be able to benefit from this technological innovation. Now, what is the role for green financing in this whole, which is of course the topic for this particular session? Green financing, it comes in various formats, and it is it's not a low-hanging fruit anymore, especially when it comes to the energy sector. And it becomes even more difficult when you look into it in the renewable sector, because the renewable sector is, if you're talking about wind or hydro or solar, they are profitable, and they are the cost of generation is pretty much at par with other sources of generation. So the economic and the business case for attracting climate finance in a traditional manner becomes very, very difficult. As Noman Bashir just before me actually very rightly mentioned, that the climate finance in the GCF context or other international contracts has become very, very competitive, and any single project has to actually meet a number of requirements and credentials to attract the financing from it. Pakistan does not have a very good track record of it, in both in terms of attracting finance from the multilateral financing agencies, and then on top of that, it does not have a very good track of utilizing those funds in an extremely effective manner. But it does not mean that moving forward and the kind of potential we have, the green finance cannot or should not play a significant role in terms of the energy transition from now onwards. I think while the climate finance from multilateral sources of financing might be trickier and difficult, but I think, as I said, a number of new financial instruments under the carbon financing and the green financing, sustainable financing has evolved, and they have matured in the last few years, and they have been effectively utilized in many other countries of the world, in very much smaller countries like than Pakistan. And so I think that might be a rightful avenue for a country like Pakistan to look into those areas. Just to highlight, I think private sector has been experimenting. I think one particular area which has not been explored to much of a scale in the previous regime of Kyoto Protocol, which was the carbon credits or carbon financing. I think it's a good opportunity, and it's a good time to look into it, and for Pakistan to prepare for it under the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. The rules and procedures has been agreed, and I think the government sector on the ministry in the government should actually setting up the policy framework and the institutional setup so that the investors can actually come forward and they can submit their projects and they can benefit from it. So the maximum that carbon financing, carbon credits can do is they can meet the incremental cost, or they can de-risk some of those projects which might not be implementable or economically viable in the traditional way, on the traditional sense. So I think there is a time, and I mean, all these regulatory hiccups and the glitches which we normally face, I think that might be the right time to overcome those hitches and glitches, and then let the private sector to take benefit out of it, because and I don't think the government should be actually playing a much active role in that, rather than just creating the enabling environment. Now, institution which I represent, National Disaster Risk Management Fund, although our traditional role is very much highly focused on the adaptation side, and within adaptation is actually towards disaster risk reduction. But we operate under the heading and the goal of creating resilience Pakistan, and to my understanding, Pakistan cannot be made resilient unless its energy sector and is resilient. And again, the kind of transition which energy sector need to be done, and the growing demand, I think there's a very good room for NDRMF and many other institutions within Pakistan actually to play its effective role. Now, being a financial intermediary, we can actually play a role, and we can create some mechanisms, and we can create some instruments which actually de-risk some of the investments in the energy sector. At the same time, I would like and I will see that how we can go deeper into this area ourselves, and we actually encourage the government to set up some very specialized vehicles or specialized renewable energy fund, which can actually finance, which actually promote and support these kind of project activities. So there is a role for green financing. And one last point I want to make is there is a growing trend for financial blending. And no project or many of the mitigation projects has to actually come out with a very different financial engineering, and they have to blend their financing from so many different sources and through so many different instruments. So in this kind of scenario and this kind of approach, which is evolving internationally, and especially if we want to capitalize ourselves from green financing, I think we need to open ourselves and we need to look into those areas. Once again, thank you very much for this opportunity. It's been a wonderful experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bilal Sir, for the great remarks, and great to hear about the dedicated facility for RE Management Fund, and especially highlighting the role of the carbon credits for de-risking the investments is something that Pakistan needs to really look at, especially when talking about transitioning from traditional use of energy sources towards the clean energy sources. So I think with this, we would like to close the session for today, but I would request all the guests who are seated here to please make yourself comfortable. There's a tea served just at the right with the cookies. So thanks a lot to Hussein from Unilever and the team, and for hosting us the whole day today. And I think the session in the morning and in the afternoon had been gone like really and incredibly well. And we wish to see you all again tomorrow morning. We'll be beginning a bit earlier, like 9:30. So if you would really appreciate if you could all join us a little earlier because of the Jummah prayers. We would like to have the sessions winded off by 12:30 and then break out for Jummah and then lunch. So this is all from my side as well. Thank you to all the partners, to all the panelists who have joined us today. And it had been a really great discussion, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.